Chapter 1091. It might not necessarily be Yi Fan. Perhaps someone is deliberately mystifying things and creating a false impression to confuse the people of the world. Not everyone believed that Yi Fan had returned. It was to the extent where some people believed that this person was also a disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. He was merely working together with an old friend of Yi Fan's. His identity was suspicious. Yi Fan and this super half-sage began a confrontation. Every movement they made was filled with wondrous principles. At this level, they were free and unrestrained without any fixed patterns. Li Wendian's strength was outstanding. He was a super half-sage and his cultivation had reached perfection. The various divine techniques he displayed were wondrous and untainted by the mundane world. His power was extremely great, and the results he produced were completely different from his elegant temperament. Each of his attacks caused rocks to scatter and clouds to collapse. It was just an aftershock. It seeped out from the gaps between Li Wendian's fingers and landed in the distance. With a hong sound, that place was completely submerged in brilliance. Nothing could be seen anymore. When the smoke and dust scattered, the beautiful mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. This was a great calamity. Several dozen high peaks were turned into dust, 2 great rivers were evaporated, and plants were turned into ashes. A boundless desert appeared. This scene made everyone shiver from head to toe. It was just an aftershock, yet a mountainous region was flattened. Nothing existed anymore. A battle of this level. The destructive power was too shocking. It made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. The slightest movement could easily lead to a great loss of life. Yi Fan had seen a few half-sages before. Last time, when he fought against the 8 divine generals, he alone killed several of them. However, compared to Li Wendian, he was still a bit lacking. This half-sage was indeed a formidable opponent. He was even more powerful than the half-sage Ku Ci he encountered in Western Desert's Lan Tua Temple. He was worthy of being the proud disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. When the true battle began, Li Wendian also frowned. The other party was a few small realms lower than him, yet he could fight against him. This was something he didn't even need to think about in the past. Worthy of being the place that was about to open the path to immortality. He could only think like this. The archaic emperors and great ancient emperors had all hurried to this ancient star. Their descendants and inheritances were naturally terrifying beyond compare. The two fought a great battle, divine techniques clashing, cultivation skills competing. In an instant, multicolored light danced about, colorful mists rising, turning into 2 lumps of light. Everyone almost couldn't see their figures clearly anymore. As time passed, Li Wen felt a sense of defeat. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, he was a half-step sage. Unexpectedly, a person with a higher cultivation realm couldn't suppress someone with a lower cultivation realm. In the distance, Wang Su's face was ashen. His body was riddled with injuries, and more than 10 of his bones had been broken by Yi Fan's heavenly sound. He was both angry and shocked. His senior brother actually couldn't suppress the other party. This person is a few levels lower than senior brother and is not a saint. How can he compete with senior brother Li? The people on this ancient planet are too scary. Wang Su's expression became more and more unsightly. Li Wendian had always been the one to cross realms and fight against other heroes. He had never met someone who could go against him like this. He finally understood how terrifying the human race's saint physique was. Li Wendian held a bright moon saber in his hand. It was as clear as autumn water as he slashed at Yi Fan's head. A rainbow light was drawn out as if a silver moon was falling down. Ding! Yi Fan held the dark golden spear horizontally to block the bright moon saber. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and slashed out. The sharp tip of the spear turned into a shooting star and pointed at Li Wendian's throat. Li Wendian retreated. His body was like a bright moon, flickering indefinitely as he avoided this attack. A black hole silently appeared in the void. It was created by the sharp tip of the spear. Awakening Tao bones, revealing my ancestral blood. Endless golden divine power, awakening bloodline. Li Wentian's voice was gloomy. His phoenix eyes were overflowing with essence as his aura became sharp. His entire body was emitting golden light from the inside out. He was like a golden man as he forcefully refined the ancient sovereign true blood sealed within his body. He was a half-sage. He used a secret technique to activate his potential and opened up the treasures of his body. In this short instant, his physique reached the peak it had ever reached in history. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted. In a split second, the mountains and valleys began to tremble. All creatures were shaken and felt endless fear. Li Wentian's ancestral atavism had used a harsh secret technique to transform into the ancient sovereign bloodline. He was simply transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood. His entire body seemed to be forged from gold and was extremely dazzling. Even his hair was golden. Hand over your life. He wielded the bright moon saber and slashed out a several thousand zhang long blade radiance. Everywhere it passed, the mountains and rivers turned into fine powder. He was like a god of war that had descended into this world. Just now, he didn't dare to clash head-on against Yifan's physical body. He could only attack with divine techniques and engage in guerrilla warfare. But now, he had suddenly reached a domineering level that left everyone horrified. Is this a preview of the ancient sovereign prince reaching the half-sage realm? Yifan revealed a serious expression. This enemy was much more terrifying than before. His entire body was emitting astonishing blood energy. Golden radiance rushed out from the top of his head and rang with metallic sounds. He towered between heaven and earth, overlooking the world. Dang! Yifan clashed head-on with the dark golden spear in his hand. Sounds continuously rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Strands of Tao marks appeared one after another. This was a true battle of life and death. The battle between the two erupted. Every single spark that landed on the ground could turn more than 10 great mountains into scorched earth, no longer existing. The destructive power was astonishing. Dang! A loud sound rang out as immortal light scattered down. A 9-layered divine pagoda appeared and suspended above Li Wentian's head. There were actually strands of primal chaos curling about it. This was a powerful weapon that could be used both offensively and defensively. The divine splendor that descended protected his body and weakened Yifan's attacks by quite a bit. At the same time, each level of the 9-layered divine pagoda would shoot out an expanse of primal chaos sword energy from time to time. Its destructive power was astonishing. Together with the bright moon saber's attacks, it made Li Wendian even more terrifying. Senior brother is going all out. He rarely ancestral atavism and uses the ancient sovereign true blood to fight. As a half-sage, his offensive power has increased greatly. Human race holy physique, you're dead for sure. Wang Su said through clenched teeth. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they watched quietly from afar. They didn't know what the result of this battle would be. Instant ancestral atavism, such a method had never been heard of before. Yifan had indeed fallen into a bitter battle. This half-sage was far stronger than before. The power of his bloodline was astonishing. Every time he used it, it would be earth-shattering. The golden blood energy was like an ocean, making even Yifan feel pressured. As for the others, they were suffocating. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. All of their faces were pale. All kinds of birds and beasts in the desolate land were crouching on the ground, trembling in fear as they faced this direction. Swish! Yifan relied on the extreme speed of the Xing formula to turn into a beam of light. The dark golden spear in his hand shot out tens of thousands of streaks of light, all of them aimed at Li Wentian's vitals. Is it really the human race holy physique? Why don't I see him using the myriad chi cauldron? The spectators were suspicious. Could it be that he still has energy left and doesn't need to use the cauldron to defend? Some people were shaken. Dang, dang, Yifan's body turned into a bolt of lightning and seemed to have imprinted itself in the void. He used the dark golden spear as a long blade and slashed out thousands of times. All of them landed on Li Wentian's back, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Li Wentian's cultivation was profound. With his back facing Yifan, he carried the bright moon blade behind his back to block the attacks. At the same time, the divine pagoda above his head descended with holy splendor to dissolve the attacks. Kill. After tens of thousands of clashes, the golden radiance around Li Wentian's body became even more brilliant. He grasped the initiative and launched a powerful attack. The bright moon blade was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky. The blade radiance poured down in torrents. It's the aura of our race's ancient emperor. Even the people of the golden race were shocked. The golden princess paid close attention. This blood energy was even denser and purer than that of her race. Li Wendian became more and more powerful in the fierce clash. He had the spirit to break the heavens and entered an unrivaled realm. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Golden radiance surged, and he was invincible. Yifan let out a long roar. The unrivaled fist intent of the transcending six paths of reincarnation fist tore the space in front of him apart. No matter how powerful Li Wendian was, he had to retreat. Wang. All types of sounds rang out at the same time. An indistinct scene appeared and interweaved together, forming a terrifying combination. It immediately froze Li Wendian in place. The divine body phenomenon temporarily merged into one. Its power was extraordinary and incomparably powerful. It was as if it had been frozen for eternity. It could attack the future and the past. Pang! Li Wendian suffered a strike from the phenomenon. His entire body flew out and blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured. At this moment, his spirit was dispirited. The golden holy light on his body receded like a tide. He seemed incomparably exhausted. How could it be like this? Senior brother should be able to last for at least 2 hours after returning to his ancestral state. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour today. Wang Su was horrified. His scalp went numb. The bloodline returning to its ancestral state would make one's physique extremely terrifying. However, there were powerful repercussions. Once one withdrew from this realm, one's body would become extremely weak. Li Wendian was struck by Yifan's phenomenon and forcefully withdrew from his ancestral state. This was undoubtedly a disaster. Not only did his powerful physique disappear, even his cultivation and magical power weakened by a large amount. Bullying the weak and injuring my disciple, you will be punished, Yifan said in a low voice. However, Li Wendian was so close, so he naturally heard it clearly. His entire body felt cold. The power of his bloodline disappeared, and the golden light was restrained. He quickly retreated. This was his weakest period. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Where do you think you're going? Yifan chased closely. Stop him and save Li Ruotian, said the golden princess. 2 half-saints appeared. They led 8 or 9 guards and rushed over to stop Yifan. They wanted to save Li Wendian. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll make them bleed for 5 steps. Yifan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely cold. He formed hand seals and chased after Li Wendian. Li Wendian did his best to resist, but his body was weak. How could he block the exuberant blood energy of the human race's divine body? His body was shaken until cracks appeared. Boom! He opened his mouth and roared. The divine pagoda above his head flew out. It was as tall as the sky and descended, surrounding Yi Fan within. This was a half-saint's weapon made from everlasting silver essence. In the near future, it would definitely become a divine weapon that was rarely seen in this world. Even saints would be jealous of it. The divine pagoda enlarged and devoured the heaven and earth. It sucked Yi Fan inside, and it was like an archaic giant beast. Its stomach became a world of its own. What a terrifying weapon. It actually suppressed him. If we all take action at the same time, we'll most likely turn him into a pool of blood, said a half-saint from the Gold clan. The others were moved. They took action together and released Tao light. They truly wanted to refine this pagoda and melt away Yi Fan. Gotcha! However, as soon as they took action, this 9-layered divine pagoda released cracking sounds. Fine cracks appeared one after another. Pang! In the next quarter of an hour, the entire divine pagoda exploded. A wave of vitality as exuberant as an ocean rushed out. Even though the divine body's blood energy didn't overflow, this type of aura still shocked everyone. Yi Fan's black hair danced about. His gaze was like a blade. He used a 6-path reincarnation fist to directly break apart the divine pagoda and rush out. It couldn't be stopped for even a moment. This is a divine material, everlasting silver essence. Even saints find it difficult to find it. He actually broke it barehandedly. Everyone was petrified. If he becomes a half-saint, he will most likely be able to receive a divine weapon barehandedly. He definitely has a divine body. Boom! Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. The unmatched fist intent that transcended the 6 paths erupted. The entire heaven and earth were destroyed. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be swaying. It possessed an aura that could obliterate the world. One of the half-saints bore the brunt of the attack and received Yi Fan's most powerful attack. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Even though he tried his best to evade, half of his body immediately turned into a bloody mist. He flew out horizontally and blood splashed hundreds of meters. He wasn't Li Wendian. Even though they were both half-saints, there was still a huge gap between them. They couldn't be compared. Pfft! Yi Fan turned into a bolt of lightning as he moved forward. He casually pressed down and 2 more guards' chests caved in. They then turned into a rain of blood and perished on the spot. At the same time, Yi Fan followed up with another attack. That half-saint who was sent flying was completely turned into a pile of meat paste. His divine soul was also extinguished. Pang! Even though Li Wendian retreated very quickly and continuously resisted, he still couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack. He was suppressed by a heaven-overturning seal and was caught by Yi Fan. Chapter 1092. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a sky-turning imprint. Golden runes were carved on it, strand by strand. With just one strike, Li Wendian was sent flying, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. As if he was carrying a dead duck, Yi Fan restrained him and held him upside down by his sky-blue treasured clothes. The Gold clan's guards who were rushing over were terrified. All of this was too much. From the moment Yi Fan broke the divine pagoda to killing the half-saint and capturing Li Wendian, all of this happened in an instant. Pfft! Yi Fan attacked ruthlessly. Golden runes flickered on his palm like a golden millstone as it swept over. The bones of the 2 guards were broken as blood splashed high into the air. Stop! The Gold Princess lightly shouted. Yi Fan ignored her. Just now, when he was sucked into the half-saint pagoda made of silver essence, these people wanted to refine him into a pool of blood. How could he stop now? He carried Li Wendian upside down and gripped his ankles, using him as a human-shaped weapon as he charged forward. Everyone was a bit startled. Yi Fan was using a half-saint against the enemy. This was a bit too ferocious, leaving many people dumbstruck. Paw! He held the human-shaped weapon in his hand and whipped a gold clan guard's body. Blood splashed everywhere as a corpse flew out. The primordial spirit's flame was extinguished. Lee Wendian could no longer remain calm and could no longer maintain his elegant temperament. His expression was unsightly and his lips were trembling from anger. This was the first time in his life that he was treated like this. He had rarely been defeated in his life and was a peak-level half-saint. Now, he was suppressed by someone of a lower realm and used as a weapon like the bronze spear. This was a great humiliation. Zheng, the space between Yifan's brows flickered and a beam of light that looked like a vertical eye appeared. It was an inch-long Dao sword. With a zheng sound, it shot out strands of sword qi that cut down 3 guards. Blood splashed everywhere. He carried Lee Wendian and went straight for the Gold Princess. These guards couldn't stop him, but if they did, their corpses would inevitably fall under his feet. He's going for the Golden Princess. How daring! He just killed the Heavenly Prince, and now he's going to fight against the ancient princess of another bloodline. He's going straight for the Golden Clan's holy daughter. In the wilderness, everyone was discussing quietly, all of their expressions changing. This expert who was believed to be Yifan really was daring to the heavens, completely unrestrained. Enough! The Golden Princess coldly reprimanded. Her expression was cold and arrogant. 2 resplendent beams of light shot out from her golden pupils towards Yifan. It was as if the sun and moon were revolving. The sky rumbled and the Tao was boundless. Yifan was fearless. He flicked his finger and said, "If you say it's enough, then it's enough. Didn't you help Lee Wendian deal with me just now?" Golden sword waves surged out from the tip of his finger. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a great lake in the immortal realm. Golden ripples spread out rapidly in all directions. This was undoubtedly fatal. Pu, the 7 or 8 golden guards surrounding him were swept away by the golden ripples. All of them exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have the chance to let out a groan. The wilderness was completely silent. No one dared to even breathe loudly. This person who was suspected to be Yifan made them feel like they were suffocating. He was powerful and sharp, and his methods were heaven-defying. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him? In the present age, there was practically no one who could stop him. First, he killed the Heavenly Prince, then he fought against the Golden Princess. He had completely gone against the ancient prince. Now, even if Yifan didn't admit it or say anything, almost everyone guessed that the divine physique had returned. You have already offended over 100 races, and you still want to become enemies with my Golden Clan. The Golden Princess's golden pupils met with the sword waves. It was as though fireworks were blossoming between the two. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Since you guys are targeting me, I can only wield my blade against you. Yifan attacked as soon as he arrived. He lifted Lee Wendian with one hand and formed a seal with the other. A black mountain flew out and collided with the Golden Princess. I'm not targeting you. I'm just helping Lee Wendian along the way. I used the golden eyes to help him find a few people. However, since you think so, there's nothing else to say. The Golden Princess was quite unyielding and didn't bother to explain. Her golden hair was sparkling as she used the ancient emperor technique right away. Her snow-white jade-like fingers were as firm as a holy weapon. They disintegrated the black mountain and flew toward the space between Yifan's eyebrows. Clang! It was as though divine metals had collided. Yifan used his hand to block her attack. After that, the two of them exchanged over 1,000 blows in the blink of an eye. Their figures flew back and forth at a speed that was dazzling to the eyes. No one could keep up with their speed. During this process, Yifan treated Lee Wendian as a bronze lance. He clenched his fist with one hand and held a humanoid weapon in the other as he fought against the Golden Princess. Li Wendian was in the middle and felt extremely stifled. Not long ago, he was a proud and respected person. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded by people. Now, he had become a prisoner and a weapon in someone else's hands. In the distance, Wang Su's expression was ashen. He was both shocked and furious. He turned around and wanted to find his master. Boom! Suddenly, a huge green dragon flew over and wrapped around his waist. It carried him into the battlefield. This was the true dragon seal Yi Fan had used. You want to leave? Is that even possible? Yi Fan grabbed him and brought him over. He held one in each hand and used the humanoid weapon to attack the Golden Princess. The two of them turned into lightning and continuously clashed. The daughter of the archaic emperor possessed boundless potential and was terrifyingly powerful. Her golden blood flowed and her entire body was emitting immortal light. Each of her attacks was world-shaking. Although she was a woman, her methods were heaven-defying and her wondrous techniques were astonishing. Her golden technique was unparalleled in this world and almost turned Yi Fan into metal several times. Hong Long. The blood within the daughter of the archaic emperor was like a tsunami, causing many spectators to tremble in fear. They quickly retreated. Each drop of blood contained the power of the archaic emperor. In the current world, who would dare to fight against a divine physique? Only imperial princes would dare to do so. Although the Golden Princess looked graceful and beautiful, she was like a reincarnated goddess of war when she fought. Her golden hair would tear apart the void every time it moved. It was as if the most brilliant sunlight was pulsating, and each of her attacks could tear apart the heaven and earth. The two fought fiercely from the great wastelands back to the great tomb, and then from the great tomb to the mountains and ravines. They fought until the heaven and earth lost their colors and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The Golden Princess was astonished. She had always been conceited. During the archaic era, she was unrivaled in her generation. No one could last more than 10 moves against her. She looked down on the archaic era and was known as the most stunning woman. But now, she encountered such a great enemy. The more they fought, the more valiant he became. It was as if there was a dormant divine radiance within his body that burned her golden eyes until they were in waves of pain. This was something that had never happened before. That's right, no wonder Father said that if I were to be reborn in this era, I would definitely meet an enemy and most likely wouldn't be unrivaled under the heavens. She recalled the words of the Golden Emperor. This was a great era, and she wouldn't be the only one to be reborn. There would definitely be other ancient princes waiting for the path to immortality to open. No one dared to say that they were unrivaled. And now, a few ancient princes and even the heirs of the archaic emperors had appeared. In the past, they were all peerless geniuses who could sweep through their peers in their respective eras. Now that they had met, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang! After the 1,700 moves, the Golden Princess's golden pupils suddenly blazed with radiance. Her snow-white, jade-like appearance suddenly surged with killing intent as her slender jade-like hands slapped over. As per usual, Yi Fan used a pair of human-shaped weapons to block. The Golden Princess frowned slightly and changed her technique. She pressed down across the air and her slender hand streaked across the void, aiming for Yi Fan's throat and wanted to take his head. Yi Fan's feet used the travel symbol to retreat. Suddenly, the Golden Princess put her hands together and made a strange posture. Her hands were like crystal bottles, and with an explosive honglong sound, heaven and earth exploded. An expanse of golden immortal light flew out from the crystal bottle. Its destructive power was terrifying, and it was extremely fast. She didn't care about the lives of Li Wendian and his brothers as she enveloped them within. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was definitely the ancient emperor's forbidden secret technique. It was even more terrifying than the primitive emperor's Tao sword and a bit stronger than the heavenly prince's divine spirit art. This woman wasn't easy to provoke. Golden immortal light. This was a secret technique comprehended by the archaic emperor before he passed away. It surpassed the methods of the mortal world, and if it was used by the archaic emperors, strands of immortal force would definitely appear. Yi Fan's expression changed as he sensed danger. Even though the opponent in front of him was a woman, she was even more powerful than the heavenly prince. Hong! Li Wendian and Wang Su both exploded. They didn't even have time to release a miserable cry before their bodies and souls were completely wiped out. The Golden Princess's attacks were decisive and forceful. She passed through the bloody mist and slaughtered her way over. The crystal bottle was held in her hands and surged with golden immortal light. Its destructive power was world-shocking. A layer of goosebumps appeared all over Yi Fan's body. He knew that the other party wouldn't care about Wang Su's life and death, but he never thought that she would even kill Li Wendian just to heavily injure him. This woman was ruthless enough. Li Wendian was the pride of the Outer Realm Saint's disciple, yet she killed him just like that. It was all for the sake of injuring him and finding an opportunity to kill him. Yi Fan raised his fists to face the attack. Starting from his fingertips, golden radiance flourished and quickly extended to his arms. It became a golden color and his blood energy surged. It really is a divine body, golden fingers and blood energy. Someone cried out in alarm, but he quickly shut his mouth. His face was full of shock and he couldn't help but tremble. It was because a wave of golden light spread in all directions like an ocean. It was as if a golden forbidden divine sea was rising and falling as it wreaked havoc in the vast sky. Golden immortal light. In reality, everyone already realized that Yi Fan's fists and arms turned golden after being illuminated by this light. He might have encountered a mishap. The Golden Princess had never been defeated her entire life. She looked down on the archaic times and looked down on all under the heavens. She was known as the Imperial Family's fairy. She had already revived more than 10 years ago, but she had never appeared in the world. Her father turned the path he took into the 10 extreme Imperial formation and left it for her. Only recently did she walk out. This alone was enough to prove that her cultivation wasn't below that of golden emperors of the same age. The Golden Ancient Emperor had placed great hopes on her, viewing her as an extension of his life. He wanted her to enter the immortal domain in his place. Apart from the 10 extreme Imperial formation, he also refined a Tao corroboration diagram. It condensed the most dangerous tribulations the legendary ancient emperors experienced into it and left it for his own daughter to face. All these years, the Golden Princess had always been fighting. She had broken through the trials of life and death when the ancient emperors were young. She alone had witnessed the supreme immortal path of several ancient emperors. Although she wasn't mainly targeting Yi Fan, it wasn't as if she didn't have plans to suppress him. The Golden King was defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha and used his divine marrow to redeem his life. This made this ancient princess feel suffocated. Since the victorious fighting Buddha had said that he wouldn't interfere in the battles of the same generation, even if she killed the sacred prince and Yi Fan, no one could say anything. The golden light was indeed terrifying. Yi Fan's arms were about to solidify and turn into cold gold. They were on the verge of shattering. Revive. At this moment of life and death, he let out a shout. The golden blood energy in his body completely revived. It rushed out from every pore of his body and illuminated the entire sky. Boom! His arms instantly returned to normal. His fists were still golden, but they were full of vitality. He punched the crystal celestial bottle with one fist and the Golden Princess immortal platform with the other. Chapter 1093. Yi Fan had an unrivaled fist intent in his heart. This didn't mean that his technique was number one since the ancient times, let alone surpassing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It should be said that he had completely comprehended this technique and was no longer constrained by the original fist intent. He had officially stepped onto his own path and transcended. For example, even though the Heavenly Prince had grasped the number one divine scripture, he still couldn't be unrivaled in the end. It could only be said that he was walking on the path of those before him and was unable to transcend. Every single ancient great emperor had created their own Tao. They might not necessarily be number one since the ancient times, but they were the most suitable for themselves. That was why they could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and remain unrivaled for their entire lives. There was no number one immortal scripture, only unrivaled people. They would find a suitable path for themselves and forge ahead courageously. Only then would they be unrivaled. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't have any complicated transformations. He only had a pair of fists, and each strike contained the rotation of the sun and moon. The endless rivers of stars flowed around him, and no matter how brilliant the golden immortal light was, it couldn't shine through. The two fought intensely. The golden immortal light poured over several times, but it was scattered by Yi Fan and flowed back. Cracks appeared on that crystal bottle, and a shattering sound rang out amidst the sparkling brilliance. In the end, it exploded with a ping sound, and the fragments flew in all directions. This was a type of Tao collapse, the embodiment of a forbidden secret technique being disintegrated. There wasn't a true immortal bottle, and everything was evolved from a divine technique. The battle between the two was incomparably intense. The Golden Princess was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to topple a country, but she wasn't weak at all. She intimidated everyone with a single battle. Large amounts of golden light swept out, submerging the entire arcade. It was as if a divine sea had descended into the world, and golden multicolored light shone brilliantly. It really is Yi Fan. Even the crown of his head is surging with heaven-piercing divine radiance, and every pore on his body is taking in and sending out holy splendor. If it isn't him, then who could it be? This has really been proven. The group of people were all paying close attention. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. The entire world had been discussing this for so many days, and today, the mystery was finally revealed. It was Yi Fan who killed the Heavenly Prince. All of this was reasonable, and only he had such battle prowess. Otherwise, it would be a little hard to accept the fact that such an expert had appeared out of nowhere. Even the ancient race could only sigh in admiration. The human race's sacred body was too powerful. A magnificent ancient prince was brought away by him in the end and killed in a single battle. His death was extremely undignified. Yi Fan's return was like a storm sweeping through this highland, causing a huge uproar and causing a commotion among the people. Master, is he going to leave again? In the distant sky, Yi Tong was doubtful. The battle between the two of them was a marvelous sight. The golden princess body was overflowing with golden light, and she looked like a goddess of war. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. She opened up a resplendent divine domain, and she looked like a deity. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's pair of golden fists were unrivaled. Each of his fists smashed into the domain. Around him, the endless starry river shone resplendently. Silver streams curled up one after another, ancient stars revolving around him. It was as if he was standing in the cosmos. The Golden Princess was stronger than the Heavenly Prince. This was the common understanding of everyone. At this point in the battle, it was not only a contest of divine techniques, but also one's spirit and willpower. Although she was a woman, she had an invincible heart. In terms of true battle prowess, who among the heavenly princes would be weaker? However, this kind of confidence and style were all different. The heavenly prince's talents could be considered top-notch and could almost be considered the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. He had the world's #1 constitution, but he had been sheltered since childhood and grew up in a greenhouse. His strength was extremely terrifying, but he lacked a certain fighting spirit. He would worry about personal gains and losses during the battle, and he didn't have that kind of courage to press forward courageously in the face of death. As a result, he was defeated. In essence, he was like a tender flower that grew in fertile soil and had never experienced the baptism of wind and rain. Meanwhile, the Golden Princess was completely different. She was extremely confident, and even a bit conceited. When the battle reached its climax, her pair of golden eyes were burning. A woman fighting crazily was actually so domineering. Many spectators felt a wave of guilt. Even if they all went up together, they might still be slapped into mush. Dang! The Golden Princess actually clashed with Yi Fan's fists. The sound was ear-splitting. They were both golden fists and fingers. It was as if divine gold had collided. Blazing patterns interweaved and tore apart the sky. That is, the golden divine wheel. Following a cry of alarm from an ancient race expert, a divine ring flew out from the Golden Princess' left eye. It was emitting intense golden light as if it was burning as it flew towards Yi Fan. This was a secret technique created by an ancient emperor. It was activated through the eye, and it was known to be able to lock down all enemies in this world. If someone of the same cultivation realm was restricted, it would be difficult for them to escape for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan brandished his fist. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance. The little golden figure sitting in his forehead released a long hiss. It stood up from the immortal platform and circulated the army formula. He didn't obtain the secret technique of a great emperor because he didn't have a complete ancient scripture. However, he obtained a few of the 9 secret techniques, allowing him to fight against any inheritors. He treated this divine will like a weapon. He controlled it to turn around and smash it towards the space between the Golden Princess' brows. He wanted to break it apart. However, this wasn't a true weapon after all, so it was difficult to completely control it. The divine ring released king-chang sounds as it burned even more intensely. Clang! Sword chi rushed to the heavens. An inch-long golden sword flew out from the Golden Princess' right eye. Its brilliance illuminated the sky as it slashed over with a terrifying momentum. Once this sword was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their luster, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the primal chaos became hazy. The attack power was exceptionally sharp as it slashed through the sky. The inch-long golden sword worked together with the divine ring. The two of them combined into one, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Dang! Yi Fan channeled the army incantation and the battle saint technique at the same time to fight against this woman. With a loud explosion, 9 true dragons appeared, pulling a bronze coffin. It gave off a great aura that could suppress everything in the world. This is, the 9 black dragons and the ancient bronze coffin that appeared in the forbidden ancient land. Yi Fan once left with them and crossed the starry sky. Someone cried out in surprise. At this moment, seeing him use this secret technique, they all revealed strange expressions and paid close attention. Boom! The 9 true dragons soared up. This was the embodiment of Yi Fan's great offensive technique. It was swift and powerful, and the 9 dragons swung their tails as they charged forward. They tore apart heaven and earth, shattering the divine wheel and the Tao sword together. The Golden Princess's hair danced in the wind. Lightning shot out from her golden eyes as she received the attack with her bare hands. "I'll gift you a coffin," Yi Fan shouted. The ancient bronze coffin opened and sucked the Golden Princess inside. These were all evolved from the secret technique, but there was no difference from the real thing. If one was really sucked in, they would definitely be ground into a pile of mud and suffer a fate worse than death. Dang! The Golden Princess let out a light shout as her golden fist landed on the ancient coffin. The sound pierced through metal and cracked stone. Many people screamed miserably and covered their ears. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body was overflowing with blood energy. At this moment, he didn't hide it at all. The charm of his saint physique was fully displayed. He had a superb physique, and golden holy splendor filled the air. He used his fist to attack the Golden Princess's immortal platform, wanting to capture her primordial spirit. This kind of unrivaled fist intent emphasized on being invincible. If he advanced, he would live; if he retreated, he would die. However, the Golden Princess fought crazily. Her entire body was covered in a layer of golden feathers. She didn't retreat at all and forcefully faced his six-fist intents. Dang! After thousands of exchanges, the two of them fought intensely. The web between the Golden Princess' thumb and forefinger split open, and traces of blood appeared. In the end, it wasn't as tyrannical as Yifan's fist intent. But even so, she didn't retreat. Her eyes released cold lightning, and her style was peerless. With a clear roar, the mountains and rivers of the Great Desolate all collapsed. Rubble pierced through the clouds. She used all kinds of divine techniques to coordinate with her close combat. She turned into a ball of golden light, and the battle became even more intense, approaching its climax. The Golden Princess was not only confident, but also resentful. Last time, the great defeat of the Golden King was a humiliation to their royal clan. They had to give up their priceless divine quintessence to redeem their lives. As the most doted daughter of the ancient emperor, it was hard for her to accept this reality after being revived in this world. When had the Golden Clan ever compromised like this? This resentment could only be vented by sweeping away the sacred prince or suppressing the human race's saint physique. The Golden Princess is really so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. The people didn't know what to say. Yifan's fame spread throughout the world. This Golden Princess actually dared to fight him head-on and fight him head-on. This caused a chill to run down the spines of the people. Die! The Golden Princess lightly shouted. Her golden pupils became even more demonic. She propped up the golden divine will and combined it with her domain, enveloping Yifan. Yifan was fearless. A golden taiji circle appeared and fused with the Golden Princess. The two domains merged into one, and they stood in the middle, fighting to the death. After the battle reached 2,500 rounds, everyone was dumbfounded. The two of them used all kinds of brilliant secret techniques. When their blood boiled, they actually tangled together. The Golden Princess twisted one of Yifan's arms. Traces of Tao appeared and immortal light filled the air. She was actually going to break it. Meanwhile, Yifan also did the same. He grabbed one of her wrists and didn't let her have her way. A large golden hand stretched out, and his entire body almost pressed down on her. They emitted blazing light. Golden blood energy flooded this place. Yifan pressed down on her as they crashed from the sky to the earth. Boom! A mountain tens of thousands of meters tall was broken by the two of them on the spot. Smoke and dust rose, forming a large lead cloud that covered the sky. Fortunately, they had left the Great Tomb and entered the Great Wasteland. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if they crashed down like this? Boom! They fought in close combat and continuously broke through 61 mountain peaks. Anything that came into contact with the golden light they emitted would collapse the mountains and sink the earth. Great lakes would evaporate and everything would turn into dust. Ah! The Golden Heavenly Princess cried out loudly. Fighting to this extent was a type of humiliation for her. When had she ever been so intimate with a man? Their bodies were almost touching each other, yet she still couldn't suppress the other party. During the archaic years, she was a heaven-warping beauty. Even the most powerful of her peers couldn't take more than 9 moves from her. Her beauty shocked the world and she was known as an unmatched goddess. Now, she was actually fighting to this extent. She was being suppressed by a man, fighting from the sky to the ground. It was truly ambiguous. Waves of scorching heat were transmitted from that robust and powerful body. It was extremely difficult for her to endure. Pang! In close combat, entanglement and contact were unavoidable. There were even a few times when the two's legs intertwined with each other. Their bodies were pressed together, their postures charming and gentle. However, a battle was a battle after all. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. Even if they were stuck together, there would still be traces of the great Tao appearing. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard. If it was an ordinary person, when these traces appeared, they would have been blasted into pieces with a single strike. The golden heavenly princess hair was like streaks of brilliant golden multicolored light. Her skin was snow white and supple. She was absolutely breathtaking. In this type of great battle, they continuously fought hand to hand. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She was already at a disadvantage, so she naturally couldn't endure it any longer. Yi Fan's attacks were extremely ruthless. He struck from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the clouds. When he saw that she was uneasy, his attacks became even more vicious. Pang! His palm descended. Even though the golden heavenly princess was wearing golden silk divine clothes, she still couldn't endure the power. She turned into a rain of light. The upper half of the feather clothes scattered, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She was exceptionally graceful. A flush appeared on her snow-white and tender face. She was so angry that she was trembling. She became even more passive. Yi Fan didn't seem to care. He pressed down on her again, fighting from the clouds to the ground. Chapter 1094. Yi Fan pressed down on the princess of the Aurum clan as they descended from the clouds. Their bodies were in the Aurum's sacred domain, and they could exchange thousands of blows in an instant. Divine techniques flashed brilliantly as multicolored light shot out. The two of them would sometimes separate and sometimes collide together. This was the most powerful battle between emperors, and it even surpassed the battle with the Heavenly Prince back then. The Aurum clan's holy daughter's sparkling hair fluttered in the wind. She had already pulled some distance away from Yi Fan. No matter how strong she was still a woman. This kind of charming battle caused her to go crazy. Heavens! Some cultivators cried out in alarm. When the two of them separated from each other, golden light rained down from the sky. Shredded clothes danced in the air. The skin of the golden princess's upper body was snow-white and exquisite, as though it was carved from translucent ivory. It caused people to feel dizzy. However, the spectators didn't have the chance to see it clearly. With a flash of light, a set of golden silk divine clothes appeared on her body, blocking her jade-like skin. Hand over your life. The golden princess was so angry that her red lips were trembling. Her body was convulsing. She was arrogant in the supreme ancient immortal realms and looked down on her peers. Yet today, she had actually fallen to such a state. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The corner of Yi Fan's lips curled up. He didn't seem to care in the slightest. Just now, he had indeed seen something he shouldn't have seen, but he didn't mind. Anything could happen in a close combat battle with an ancient emperor's descendant. It was even possible for one to be utterly defeated. Who would think too much about it? Because in a battle between emperors, lives could be lost at every turn. The Aurum clan's princess grew up under the love of the supreme emperor. In her entire life, only a single man, the Aurum clan, could make her revere him. That was her birth father. Other than him, she didn't care about anyone else. She was high up above. To her peers in the supreme ancient immortal realms, she was like a divine moon in the sky, pure and holy. She was an unreachable goddess, unrivaled in this world. It was difficult to find someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Today was a type of humiliation for her. Her golden eyes shot out astonishing lightning that transformed into sword chi that rampaged about, hacking towards Yi Fan. Her attacks became even more intense, causing the ancient emperor's blood to boil. The blush on the golden holy maiden's face still lingered. On her snow-white, sparkling skin, it was as if a gorgeous flower had bloomed. Bright red specks flickered with luster. She swore to kill the holy body of the human tribe. She had never suffered such a big loss. Skin to skin with a strange man was almost naked. Golden immortal light rained down like a violent storm. This place was drowned by the golden divine splendor. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rivers dried up and lakes dried up, clouds rose and rosy clouds rose, and it was a magnificent scene. What's the big deal? Don't look like you've suffered a big loss. It's not like you didn't see my upper body, Yi Fan said in an indifferent tone. The golden princess's beautiful eyebrows stood on end. She was so angry that her slender and sparkling body was trembling. Her attacks were becoming more and more astonishing. Her golden hair fluttered about, resonating with the Tao. The sun and moon rotated in her eyes, and the terrifying scene of stars falling appeared. Bang! Yi Fan resisted. Golden immortal light swept over, turning the upper half of his clothes into ashes, revealing his robust body that flickered with precious splendor. Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to see my upper body a few more times before you can feel better? He laughed heartily. The golden princess' bright lips were almost bitten through by her sparkling teeth. When had there ever been anyone who dared to speak to her like this? During the archaic years, even the most exceptional heavenly geniuses could only look up to her. She didn't say a single word and used the golden sky void steps. With each step, an illusion would appear, making her look like a deity. Her golden hair fluttered about, and her celestial appearance and jade bones were the best of her generation. Her attacks became even more terrifying. In the distance, a few half-saints felt their bodies go cold. Their pores were ice-cold. The strength of this imperial goddess made them tremble. It was as if she was walking through the river of time, and it was impossible to defend against her. Bang, bang, however, Yi Fan was truly too powerful. His physical body was unparalleled, and he faced her calmly. His heart was filled with unrivaled fist intent. Every strike made the golden princess' palms and fingers feel pain, and the space between her thumb and index finger was covered in golden blood. After fighting for 3,000 rounds, the golden princess still couldn't gain the upper hand. She was injured several times by Yi Fan, and she was full of unwillingness. As the peerless goddess of the archaic era, she was actually defeated. There was a type of melancholy in her heart. Yi Fan naturally became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His eyes were resplendent because the battle with the ancient princess allowed him to see the path of the archaic emperor. His gains were great. He didn't use the 3 pure ones and other secret techniques. Instead, he fought alone in a true life and death battle. He wanted to observe the path of the ancient emperor. His eyes became brighter and brighter as if he had seen a peerless treasure. Hong! He pressed forward step by step and struck out with his golden fists, causing the golden princess' body to continuously tremble. She continuously retreated with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a dangerous aura pervaded the air. Yi Fan retreated, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of the golden princess' mouth. She unleashed a killing move that she had never used before. Golden Divine Treasury. In the distance, the ancient race people cried out in alarm. This was a legend, and they never thought they would be able to see it with their own eyes. There's really such a supreme divine technique. According to ancient legends, the Golden Ancient Emperor wanted to open the celestial domain but ultimately failed. However, before he passed away, he opened up a mysterious divine treasury world that was filled with weapons formed from various Tao marks. This was a world of secret techniques that could transform into boundless great Tao attacks and evolve into an ultimate divine technique. It was obvious that the Golden Princess had obtained a secret inheritance. The Golden Princess had a tall and slender figure. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and behind her was a resplendent golden divine realm. The legendary boundless divine treasury had appeared. There, the golden ancient bell, the divine cauldron, the Tao sword, and the sacred pagoda all flickered with golden light as they floated up and down. Looking forward, this was a divine treasury world that belonged to weapons. Not to mention the spectating cultivators, even Yi Fan was shaken. This world was too magnificent. There were golden auspicious lights everywhere, and there were weapons everywhere. It was a stretch of holiness, and there were countless artifacts. Clang! The golden princess waved her hand, and a golden divine sword appeared in her hand. She slashed forward with a sharp sword light that was thousands of meters long. It was exceptionally sharp. Yi Fan's fist collapsed, and the golden sword energy scattered in all directions. He received it with his bare hands, and then he fiercely rushed forward into the golden divine treasury. Dang! A long and drawn-out golden bell appeared above the imperial princess's head, shaking out a golden wave. Ripples spread out, and the mountains and rivers were all shattered into pieces. Even Yi Fan was affected by the impact and was blocked outside. Then, a great cauldron rumbled and descended from the sky, wanting to suck him in and refine him. Bang! Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a divine radiance. It turned into an innate Tao diagram and sent the cauldron flying. However, the sky trembled, and a golden divine pagoda descended again, suppressing him. The weapons were endless, and the attacks were boundless. Standing in front of the golden divine treasury, this imperial princess seemed to have the absolute initiative. Powerful weapons flew out from the golden world behind her, and they were densely packed as she summoned them. However, Yi Fan didn't panic. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He operated the army formula, causing the golden weapons in the sky to become chaotic. These weren't true weapons, but they were all transformed from the traces of the great Tao. He couldn't control them all, but it was enough to instantly throw this place into chaos. This was a golden world, and every corner was filled with weapons. They were all sent flying in all directions, and the two of them suffered attacks that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. If it was anyone else facing this golden divine treasury, it would definitely be a great disaster. This was equivalent to starting a war in the world controlled by the imperial princess. However, the army formula made all of this less obvious. Yi Fan began to secretly learn and plunder the golden divine treasury. He felt that this was an unrivaled secret technique, and the divine treasury of the great Tao left behind by the ancient golden emperor had endless uses. The three pure one's secret technique was displayed, and Yi Fan appeared to seize the golden weapons together in this golden world. Every time he seized one, he would be able to control a Tao law. Boom! He used the fighting formula to imitate and evolve it. Golden weapons appeared behind him one after another. Ancient bells, Tao swords, treasured cauldrons, divine pagodas, and so on floated up. The golden princess was astonished and furious. This was a blatant act of robbery. He was using a secret technique to spy on the origin of her divine treasures and seize the various divine weapons transformed from the traces of the great Tao. If the battle continued like this, the enemy would most likely succeed in stealing her techniques in the end. She had never met such a powerful, terrifying, and shameless opponent before. Yi Fan cared a lot about this golden divine treasury. Based on his instincts, he knew that the enemy hadn't evolved this secret technique to the highest level. Otherwise, it would be boundlessly terrifying. Boom! The two fought until the end, and the golden princess was helpless. She spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared on her snow-white arms. She had no choice but to start fleeing in defeat. The golden divine treasury was about to become the enemy's secret technique. Just a little bit more. There are still some areas that I don't understand. Please give me some pointers, princess. At most, I'll tear my clothes apart and let you see it clearly. Yi Fan evolved the golden divine treasury and chased after her. There were two of him in the middle, and he used all kinds of weapons of the great Tao for his own use. The Golden Princess spat out blood from anger, but she could only helplessly flee in defeat. There was no chance of victory, and if she didn't leave now, she might be captured alive. "Princess, don't worry. We're here." A half-saint led the guards to attack. Yi Fan snorted coldly as he stood in the air. Boundless golden light shone behind him as he opened up the golden divine treasury. All kinds of weapons hummed and floated up and down. "Kill." After he spat out this word, the entire heaven and earth changed. The golden ancient bell, divine sword, treasured cauldron, and heaven knife rushed over at the same time. None of the weapons were the same, and they transformed into a rain of light that swept over. PFFF, PFFF, the golden divine treasury was a supreme secret technique that was terrifying. In this world, only Guy Jiuyo and Yi Fan knew the troop's secret word. Apart from them, no one else could interfere. This was an unrivaled technique. After a golden rain of light, the golden divine sword pierced through the half-saint. The bell rang out leisurely and enveloped him. Under the vibration of the bell, his body was shattered inch by inch. There were also heaven knives and the others that swept through the guards, treasured cauldrons that refined numerous experts, and golden guqin that released divine sounds. Chi rays weaved about and swept in all directions. An attack with peerless power. Countless weapons transformed into a golden rain of light that swept past. The experts in front of them were all sliced into a bloody mist and turned into marks of the Tao. Not a single person survived. At this moment, the ancient emperor's forbidden technique displayed a divine might that made people tremble in fear. The golden princess was filled with hatred. This person had caused her to lose all her face and had seen the upper half of her body. Now, he even stole her celestial technique and killed her guards. To her, this was a great humiliation. "Princess, don't go. I still want to ask for guidance." Yi Fan chased after her. He had grasped the movement's secret word, which was the fastest in the world. Naturally, he was faster than all of his opponents. The goddess of the golden race didn't say a word and quickly fled into the horizon. However, the enemy was too strong and she couldn't get rid of him. After a few attacks, her golden divine clothes were continuously torn apart. Some of the ancients tried to stop him, but Yi Fan's attack was very simple. Once the golden divine treasures were opened, the divine weapons of the great Tao were endless. A golden rain of light swept across, and screams could be heard. He discovered that this type of divine technique was extremely suitable for him. His golden blood energy was boundless, and once it was used, it could be considered an unmatched technique that could attack indiscriminately. He set the resolution to seize it, not willing to let the Gold Clan's heavenly girl go. He prepared to capture her alive. Along the way, Yi Fan beat the Huang Jin princess until she was completely driven crazy. It was unknown whether or not it was intentional, but her jade-like body was strewn across the ground several times, and her divine clothes were torn to shreds. She almost had no clothes to cover her body with. "Princess, please stop. It's fine if you don't want to be honest with me. Just tell me the secret technique and I'll let you go. Dream on. Then I'm sorry. Let's decide who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's settle this to the death." Yi Fan spoke. Another round of attacks began. He chased after the primordial goddess and fiercely attacked her until her battle clothes collapsed and her wonderful body lay in disarray. She hated him so much that the roots of her teeth were itching. Capture the golden goddess alive. In the distance, the large black dog and the others shouted loudly. Capture the primordial goddess and bring her back to be the wife of the stronghold's ruler. Longma also let out a long hiss, trying to distract them mentally. Chapter 1095. The human race's holy physique chased after the Golden Clan's goddess. All kinds of great techniques were used at the same time, beating the archaic goddess in front of him into a sorry state. Her sparkling hair was scattered about, and her divine jade body was almost completely exposed. Yifan chased after her all the way. Now that the battle had reached this state, he naturally had to consolidate his gains. He had plans to capture the Golden Princess, so he had to obtain the Golden Divine Treasure technique. Ever since the Golden Clan's goddess was born, she had never experienced something like this. Today, she was actually being chased by someone. Fragrant sweat dripped down her body, and she was almost naked. She clenched her teeth until they shattered. Shio! The 3600th killing technique arrived. This divine technique was crafty and strange. A golden ripple transformed into a ripple. It looked weak, but in reality, it was unstoppable and all-pervasive. Pooh! The few golden divine clothes on her body were torn apart, and most of her pure white body was exposed. At this moment, she was truly going crazy. The scoundrel behind her was definitely doing this on purpose to torture her mental state. In the past, she was like a bright moon that illuminated the archaic era. Who could look up to her? She was exceptionally graceful and stood alone in the clouds, yet now, she had fallen to such a state. The golden goddess became fierce and turned around to fight again, but in the end, she was still no match. Her sparkling white body was riddled with wounds, and her magical power was almost exhausted. She could only retreat in defeat again. Human race's holy physique, I will skin you alive sooner or later. The Golden Clan's goddess bit her bright lips and brought out the mysterious ancient formation platform for the 8th time. She wanted to cross the void and escape. What could she do? Yifan didn't give her the chance at all. The line's secret art was unrivaled under the heavens, and it followed her like a shadow. A golden fist smashed out. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. Regardless of whether it was the formation platform or the weapon, they were all turned into powder. The Golden Princess was chased until there was no road to heaven and no door to earth. She was almost going crazy because her body was almost completely naked. Only a snow-white figure was left behind as she ran forward. Yifan cut off her path every time and forced her back into the great wastelands. He was trying to suppress her and force her to hand over the Golden Divine Treasure technique. In the distance, everyone was dumbstruck, especially the ancient race. Some of them scratched their heads and suspected that this was a dream. They simply couldn't believe that this was real. The Imperial Clan's Heavenly Lady was defeated by someone, almost running around naked. This was just too fantastical. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Unfortunately, people couldn't see clearly. The Gold Race's Heavenly Daughter had a wondrous technique that blocked their line of sight. Moreover, her speed was too fast, so not many people could keep up with her. Even so, many people couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry when they saw a pure white figure fighting a great battle and then fleeing in defeat. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the divine technique and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll send you to see the great ancient emperor. Yifan shouted. The princess of the Gold Clan was so angry that her lungs hurt. Fighting naked was like a legend. She had never thought that there would be such a day. Bastard, you'll fall into my hands one day. The Gold Race's Heavenly Lady was so angry her delicate body was trembling. She had already used a divine artifact, but the other party also had one, so she almost suffered even more. Her body seemed to be cast from the moonlight, pure white and shiny. She used the divine rules of order to form a skirt to cover her important parts. The golden silk divine clothes had all turned into ashes. However, she knew that it was useless. To this person with the heavenly eye, she was practically naked with no secrets to speak of. This was truly a crazy battle. She really hoped that with the golden truncheon in hand, she would be able to turn this bastard into ashes in one blow. She had never met such a hateful person who forced her to fight naked. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Don't tempt me, I won't fall for it. If you want to live, it's very simple. Give me the golden divine treasury, or else you'll be buried here. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Acting. The golden princess really wanted to step on his face with her jade-like feet and curse him 100 times. She wanted to step on him 10,000 times and turn him into a pig's head. That was because the corners of Yi Fan's mouth were slightly raised, revealing his mood. In her opinion, this bastard was doing this on purpose. Ah! I'll chop you into pieces sooner or later. The golden princess was so angry that her ivory-like jade-like body was spasming. Boom! However, Yi Fan's attacks were truly too ferocious. His killing moves were unending, shocking even the gods. Strong gales swept past, causing goosebumps to appear all over her jade-like body. Her pores were shivering. Even though his attacks were ruthless, his smile was still brilliant and unchanging. In the eyes of the golden princess, this kind of cheap smile was the most hateful. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some ancient race people went to help, but they were all killed by Yi Fan without being of any use at all. Meanwhile, even more people chose to watch from the sidelines. Many people were speechless. The human race's holy physique was too unreasonable. He actually chased after an ancient queen to escape. This was truly a bit lacking in virtue. How could the Golden Clan's holy daughter swallow this anger? This was a lifelong hatred. At this moment, she simply didn't want to kill Yi Fan anymore. Instead, she wanted to catch this bastard and torture him for the rest of his life. Killing you isn't enough to vent the anger in my heart. The Golden Clan's holy daughter was so angry that her blonde hair stood on end. Her beautiful eyes were wide open as killing intent rushed into the 9 heavens. It filled the great wastelands, causing many people to tremble uncontrollably. Then I'll be the one to kill you. Yi Fan activated the battle formation saint technique to the extreme. A group of heaven-shaking killing moves were unleashed in succession. First, the eternal universe furnace flew out from the tip of his finger. Flames blazed for tens of thousands of zhang, causing the golden princess to be sent flying. After that, he waved his hands and produced a void mirror. It shone with an immortal light, causing the imperial holy daughter to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Next, his hands moved and changed again. An exceptionally sharp Tai sovereign sword shot out. It was a dragon-shaped immortal sword that suppressed the past, present, and future. It almost slashed the golden princess in half. The imperial holy daughter fell into a dangerous situation of life and death. She passively fought the battle. Her entire body was calm and the white light was dazzling. She was so angry that she almost fainted. This was a blood-spitting battle. This was the first time in her life that she regretted helping Li Wendian. If she knew this earlier, she definitely wouldn't have provoked this bastard in front of her. Yi Fan fought with ease. The weapons of the ancient emperors were materialized one after another. Their power was peerless as they suppressed over. The golden princess was flustered. She had a premonition that the situation was far from good. If this continued, she would definitely be captured alive. At that time, she would be half dead. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The battle today was also a form of deterrence. It showed everyone his determination. Even the ancient imperial holy daughter had to flee naked. What else did he not dare to do? The golden princess led the crowd to find him and help Li Wendian. At this moment, this battle was Yi Fan's counterattack and punishment. He killed her until she lost all her battle clothes and was almost naked. Boom! Finally, the golden divine treasury appeared once again. All kinds of golden weapons appeared. Auspicious multicolored light shone brilliantly. This was a brilliant world. The imperial holy daughter stood in front of the divine treasury and confronted Yi Fan. She communicated with her consciousness. She was forced to compromise. Losing was a small matter, but if she really had to be naked in front of so many cultivators at the end of the battle, she would rather die. She was the daughter of an ancient emperor and was known as the proud goddess of this generation. Her name shook the ancient world, so she couldn't afford to lose this face. At this moment, her slender jade-like body flickered with light. She gritted her teeth and negotiated. She was exceptionally charming, but her face was covered in frost. Yi Fan calculated the time and reckoned that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Because the Imperial Holy Daughter was no match and no one could save her, someone had most likely gone to ask the ancestral king for help. It was impossible for him to eliminate an ancient Imperial Holy Daughter in a short period of time. If the son of the ancient emperor disregarded everything and fought with all his might, he would be able to hold on for a period of time. He killed this ancient Imperial Holy Daughter until she was completely naked. Perhaps this was the fastest way to force her to submit. Now, he had achieved the desired effect. The Golden Clan's Holy Daughter gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Yi Fan didn't dare to delay. He asked for the secret art of the Golden Divine Treasury and imitated it. He created a similar divine treasury and opened up a golden world of weapons of the Great Tao. The ancient golden bell, the Tao sword, the sacred tower, the heavenly blade. Divine splendor flickered as they rose and fell in a dazzling display. Actually, Yi Fan still wanted to negotiate for a holy weapon. However, the Golden Princess was furious and wanted to destroy indiscriminately. She only threw him a half-saint-grade ancient weapon. Princess, honestly speaking, my respect for you is like the surging waters of a great river. Why don't we form an alliance? Yi Fan asked. Sure, I'm very willing. The Golden Princess ground her teeth. Her beautiful golden eyes flickered with divine splendor. Her delicate fists trembled slightly as she resisted the urge to rush over. You and I really hit it off at first sight. We will definitely work together in the future. I was too hasty this time, so I'll treat you to some Tao comprehension tea next time. Yi Fan prepared to retreat. That was because the Black Emperor transmitted his voice from afar, reminding him that it was time to leave. The saint-level ancient king was most likely about to arrive. Oh right, the princess is very loyal to me. I have a divine jade robe here as a token of my respect. Yi Fan placed a treasured robe in the void and decisively retreated. The Golden Princess gazed at his disappearing figure. She was so angry that she almost shattered the heaven and earth. She smashed this worthless divine jade robe into dust with a single palm. Human saint physique, I swear I won't kill you. But you better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Not long after Yi Fan's group disappeared, the void gate opened wide. A saint-level ancient king appeared, and his divine might engulfed the 100,000 mountains. His cold eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The Golden Princess directly crossed the void and left. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. What sacred land? What grave? She had thrown everything away. The archaic ancestor's eyes flickered as he stared at the grave. It seemed like he was about to take action, but his heart suddenly palpitated. He immediately tore open the void and left this place. What did you say? Is it really the human saint physique? He killed the holy daughter of the ancient royal family and forced her to flee in defeat. It really is him. He has reappeared in this world. The holy daughter of the Golden Clan probably wants to eat him alive. Haha. After this battle spread, everyone was stupefied. It turned into a huge wave that spread to all parts of the world. Yi Fan became the focal point of everyone's discussion. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The all-cade old land collapsed several days later, and a huge abyss appeared. Strands of immortal energy seeped out, and multicolored light filled the sky. However, all those who came here were terrified. Not a single person dared to approach. It was as if they were facing an ancient emperor. Even those as powerful as the Tao executioners were trembling and couldn't help but want to kowtow. Yi Fan stood in the distance and didn't approach. His heart was pounding, and he felt as if something was calling out to him. It was related to him. I wonder how many saints came. This place seems like it will collapse the heavens. This is definitely the aura of an ancient emperor. The Black Emperor firmly said. Chapter 1096. It's not time to go in yet. The Great Tomb hasn't completely collapsed. The tip of the iceberg has just been revealed. Duanda frowned and muttered. There was a sense of uneasiness between his brows. There were tens of thousands of strands of immortal light and hundreds of millions of Tao marks. This was a piece of calamity land. The highlands collapsed from the bottom to the top, and the clouds were dense. However, the auspicious clouds didn't appear all the time. They would gush out every once in a while, and most of the time, this place was peaceful and quiet. The surface of the Great Tomb collapsed, and a huge abyss appeared in front of them. It was so dark that it made one's heart palpitate, and it was difficult to see the bottom. Only when the immortal clouds surged could people peek inside, but they couldn't see anything. There was only an aura of creation and respect for the universe. This place was related to the ancient emperors. This was the consensus of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be like this. Anyone who approached the abyss would have their legs tremble, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Their bodies and minds trembled. From this day onwards, the 100,000 mountains that this highland faced were silent, and the birds trembled. None of them dared to cross, but when the birds and beasts passed by, they would bow in this direction and then take a detour. Yi Fan understood the Tao and asked himself what it was that was calling out to him, making his mind restless. However, he had no idea. In the past few days, countless cultivators from all over the world had come, causing Duanda and the Black Emperor to curse continuously. They originally wanted to do it alone, but they didn't expect the whole world to know about it. The divine dynasty of the Middle Continent, the Holy Land of the Eastern Wasteland, the Buddhist sect of the Western Desert, and the Demon Imperial Palace of the Southern Mountains all had a large number of experts rush over. As for the ancient race, they had already occupied a favorable location. I hope that the secret path we left behind is useful and can seize the initiative, Longma said. This humble Daoist is a little uneasy. I don't know why. I've roamed the underground world for so many years, but I've never been defeated. Why would I feel so uneasy? Duanda muttered to himself. Stop being cocky. Hurry up and use your special abilities to locate the exact location of the immortal treasury. The Black Emperor's eyes were fervent. This was the tomb of the ancient emperors, and everyone knew about it now. There was no mistake, and only the heavens knew what kind of people it would attract. The archaic ancestral kings were like a great mountain that weighed down on everyone's hearts. This was what many people were worried about. With the appearance of such a mysterious emperor tomb, even saints would have to come into being. The news of Yi Fan's return spread to all corners of the world. In the first battle, he killed the Son of Heaven, and in the second battle, he chased after the Golden Princess and escaped in defeat. This caused a huge uproar. At this moment, he no longer had any fear. He was going to leave in half a year's time. The damaged immortal cauldron could hide his aura. Even saints couldn't deduce everything about him. However, he still took some precautions. There would definitely be saint-grade ancient kings who were dissatisfied with him. If they discovered him, they would definitely attack him without mercy. His performance was far too eye-catching. Even among imperial princes, who dared to say that they could defeat him. Once he matured, apart from a few ancient princes, who in the world could compete with him? Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The emperor's tomb became more and more unfathomable. Every time it surged with immortal multicolored light, the aura of an ancient great emperor would fill the air. It was as if an ancient person was about to awaken. The high ground caved in, and the abyss expanded into a bottomless pit. Even the heavenly eye couldn't see through it because of the interweaving Tao marks below. Even saints were helpless. That's right, the legends are true. The Alcade's emperor weapon's origin is quite fishy. It wasn't forged naturally by the heavens. And now, the ancient emperor's tomb had appeared. All the secrets of the past had been blown away, and all kinds of ancient rumors were coming to light. The black dragon pattern cauldron was known as the world's greatest miracle. After so many years, the truth was finally about to appear. Was it a miracle or a divine manifestation? A great tomb appeared, and the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. There was no need to say anything more. It had already confirmed some of the records in the unofficial history. The Alcade had indeed found the black divine gold, but it was most likely not the result of their 50,000 years of worship, nor was it something that could be forged by generations of saints. It was related to an emperor. On that stormy and rainy night, a great emperor descended and reversed the natural order. He used an unrivaled divine technique to forge the black dragon pattern cauldron. All of this was too mysterious. An emperor-level existence appeared amidst the torrential rain and lightning. The more people thought about it, the more unfathomable it became. The Alcade was built on top of a great tomb. This was already mysterious enough, but in the end, an unparalleled existence actually appeared beneath the ancient tomb. How unimaginable is this? Everyone's imagination ran wild, and they were even a bit scared. Was that a human or a ghost? Since the tomb had already been built and its body was buried, how could it still be alive? Since ancient times, there had been rumors that using a corpse to prove one's Tao was an extremely ancient legend. Could this be true? Was the Alcade's tomb such an existence? However, thousands of years had passed, and the river of time had flowed on. If it used a corpse to prove one's Tao, then it could be said that it had obtained a new life and had defied the heavens. Its name wouldn't be unknown in history. The Alcade's black dragon pattern cauldron appeared relatively late. Let's think about it. Based on this, which great emperor's era was closer to it? It was later than the eternal universe furnace and later than the void mirror. If we carefully calculate it, it seems to be closer to that one. When everyone deduced this, they were all stunned. They felt as if their bones were going cold, and their expressions were all strange. This actually involved a supreme being that shook the past and dazzled the present. He was powerful to the point where he could suppress the 9 heavens 10 earths and make all enemies in the world fall silent. That era wasn't that far from great Emperor Wu Shi. Finally, someone spoke these words. It made all of the cultivators' hearts surge with heaven-overflowing waves. Was this true? Was it related to Wu Shi? If it was true, then it would topple everything. It was a bit inconceivable. However, if it was false, then it would be difficult to find another person. How could an emperor-level existence be nameless since ancient times? As long as it appeared, the great Tao would respond, the heaven and earth would resonate, and the 4 seas would respect it. In that era, if it wasn't Wu Shi, who else could it be? That shouldn't be possible, right? How could great Emperor Wu Shi use a corpse to prove one's Tao? Aren't there some records before he became an emperor? He bare-handedly received an emperor weapon. Before he became an emperor, he received an emperor weapon. Who can prove that he truly didn't prove one's Tao at that time? Perhaps this just points to a huge problem. This is too inconceivable, right? Many people's voices began to tremble. The appearance of a great tomb involved some ancient secrets. It might overturn some historical truths. Great Emperor Wu Shi was a corpse that was reborn. No one would believe this, but this great tomb and the Alcade Cauldron's era made this hypothesis have a trace of truth. If it was Wu Shi, what era did he come from in his past life? Could it be that he had an even more ancient identity? It was inconceivable. Those who used corpses to prove their Tao, when they were still alive in their previous lives, how could they be ordinary people? Who could they be? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's primordial spirit trembled. This highland was in complete chaos. Everyone was shocked. The moment this deduction was made, it was like a raging storm, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and their hair to stand on end. This is impossible. How could Great Emperor Wu Shi use a corpse to prove his Tao? A bunch of idiots, they don't know what they are talking about. The Black Emperor was very excited and immediately rejected it. Are you sure? Yi Fan asked. At the side, Yi Tong also had a face full of curiosity as he stared at the Black Emperor. He yearned for everything about the ancient emperors and wanted to know every bit of their past. Duande had a rare serious expression as he sighed. Using corpses to prove one's Tao, although there are legends, it is not feasible at all. It is lacking that innate life energy, which is why the path of immortals is incomplete and difficult to perfect. How can you be so sure? Yi Fan asked. Daoist Grandpa, who am I? Robbing all the ancient tombs in the world, is there anything I don't know about? This is a broken path, no one has ever succeeded since ancient times. What people say are all rumors. Yi Fan looked at him strangely. Daoist Duan's origins were mysterious, and there was nothing he didn't know. Even now, it was still hard to figure out his background. A great ancient tomb emitted strands of Great Emperor Qi. It was filled with boundless mysteries. More than 100,000 years ago, an imperial cauldron had been forged on a rainy night, making it difficult for people to see through it. Who exactly was sleeping in the great tomb? So many years had passed, and everyone was looking forward to seeing if the tomb master had already turned to dust. What had he left behind? Suddenly, a beam of divine light enveloped the highland. A majestic figure with disheveled purple hair appeared with his back to the crowd and his back to the great tomb. He stood on the highland, making people feel as if they were facing a divine mountain that was too high to reach. Their legs and stomachs went soft, and many cultivators couldn't control themselves and wanted to kneel down. A saint-level ancient king had arrived. As expected, the appearance of the great ancient emperor's tomb made even the saints unable to sit still and rushed over. The majestic figure suddenly turned around and faced everyone. His purple hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were like a deep, pitch-black abyss. No one dared to look directly at him. It's Hua Tan, he has become a saint. Some ancient race experts cried out in surprise, coming from a half-saint. Many people revealed astonished expressions. Hua Tan was an outstanding genius, and his reputation was extremely great among the ancient races. During the final years of the Archaic Era, he had challenged everyone. This was a newly advanced saint. After the ancient race's revival, he was the first person to become a saint in this era. His name would be recorded in the annals of history. It really is Hua Tan. In the distance, some famous ancient race experts who didn't have much lifespan left revealed a bitter smile. Hua Tan wasn't the number one genius of his era, but now, he was the first to become a saint. From then on, he had transcended. The difference of half a step was like the difference between heaven and earth. The half-saint realm was a heavenly barrier. Once trapped, one might not be able to cross it for the rest of their lives. Many geniuses were blocked at this stage. The difference between half-saint and saint was only a single word, but the difference was too great. One could only be looked up to, while the other was high above. Hua Tan actually succeeded. The number one of that generation was still struggling, but now, he has become a saint ancestor. Many people of the ancient race were unwilling, but they couldn't do anything. Hua Tan's ascension to saint symbolized the rise of another generation. Where is the human race's saint body? Hua Tan's pupils were like two black suns, emitting a frightening light. As they swept over everyone, all creatures trembled. Saint Huatan has appeared, and he wants to find trouble with the human race's saint body. Some people of the ancient race were excited. Few people dared to defy the victorious fighting Buddha's decree, but it didn't mean that everyone would obey. Moreover, if one wanted to kill the human race's saint body, there were loopholes that could be exploited. Huatan had come, firstly to explore the ancient tomb, and secondly to deal with Yifan. Before he became a saint, he was an elite among the radical faction of the ancient race. During the archaic era, my ancestor used the human race's saint as food. I once heard that the human race's saint body contains precious blood, and I really want to taste it. This was what Huatan had said before he became a saint, and many people still remembered it clearly. Chapter 1097. Huatan becoming a saint signified the rise of another generation, indicating the true arrival of a great age. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. After Huatan became an ancestral king, he didn't say much. He just came here as soon as he came out of seclusion to find Yifan. What he wanted to do was self-evident. His body was much taller than an ordinary person, and a pair of black sun-like eyes shone with a cold and merciless light. As he swept his gaze across the crowd, it was like a sharp blade being unsheathed, causing pain to one's skin. This was the will of a saint. If his gaze focused on one spot, an ordinary cultivator would definitely explode, bleeding profusely and losing their lives. In the 100,000 mountains, the birds and beasts were all wailing and crouching on the ground, trembling with fear towards the saint's might. Yifan, Duande, and the others immediately retreated silently, not approaching. This person had come with ill intentions, and they didn't want to get into conflict. After all, he was a saint. This 23 really knows how to put on airs. Longma blew out 2 puffs of smoke from his nostrils, using some vulgar words from Earth to evaluate. Now he's here to show off. When he was a half-saint, why didn't I see him showing off? Otherwise, I would send him to heaven with one formation platform, the large black dog said. Huatan had become a saint after all, and no one here could deal with him. He surpassed the limits of humans, and no matter how nature-defying Yifan was, he was no match for him. Ignore him. We'll wait for an opportunity. I must enter the great tomb. Yifan said. An indescribable calling made him more and more uneasy. Huatan's arrival caused the atmosphere on this high ground to become extremely tense. People didn't even dare to speak loudly, especially the humans. They all felt very guilty. Where's the human saint physique? I heard that you're the strongest in the world, so why don't you dare to show yourself? Why are you curled up in that corner? After Huatan became a saint, he naturally had some followers. These people laughed coldly on the high ground, harboring sinister motives. Since ancestral King Huatan has come, the human saint physique better stay away and never show himself. Otherwise, he'll only become a pile of bones. Someone laughed loudly. Some people were fearless, standing on the high ground and wantonly provoking, wanting to cause some disturbance. Huatan sat cross-legged on the high ground with his eyes closed, not moving at all. At this level, he naturally wouldn't speak too much, or else it would be beneath his status. The tomb was about to open. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the best time. He wanted to be the first saint to enter the tomb and obtain the rare treasures, further solidifying his position as a saint. 23. Keep pretending. Sooner or later, I'll trample you to death. Longma was indignant. Since Huatan had arrived, they had no choice but to stay away from the high ground. They could only watch from the crystal platform. In the following days, no one dared approach the entrance of the great tomb. Multicolored auspicious light gushed out from that place, all types of immortal light swirling about. Only Huatan resisted the pressure, sitting at the very front. With him here, not a single person dared to step forward, unable to compete with him. They could only watch passively, feeling deeply helpless. Ancestral King Hotan is here. You'd better retreat as far as you can. The people behind him sneered. Boom! On the fifth day, an intense tremor sounded. The natural crater was filled with endless Tao traces, surging with power that moved one's mind as it swept in all directions. So fragrant, there seems to be immortal medicines below. Quite a few people were moved, looking forward. Within the multicolored light, as well as the intimidating aura of the great ancient emperor, strand after strand of fragrance wafted over. It was extremely faint, but it was unforgettable. Huatan coldly glanced back. The ancient races were still all right, not suffering much of an impact, but a few human sect masters were shaken greatly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Just a gaze alone swept over, that type of pressure was unbearable. The faces of the old sect masters turned snow-white one after another, staggering backwards. Everyone's hearts went cold. Those who weren't saints were less than dung after all. They couldn't even endure a single ice-cold gaze from Huatan. Everyone's hearts went completely cold. How were they supposed to compete? A saint bore hostility, not planning on letting the human race approach at all. If not for the fact that they feared the old saints of the human race, they might have already started a massacre. Hong Long. On the 8th day after Huatan arrived, the great tomb collapsed again. All types of divine splendor surged, turning into great waves that surged over. The natural crater became several times larger. All right, we can pretty much enter, Duanda said. And on this day, Huatan sensed something. He walked around the giant crater for half a day, as if he had set his resolution. He was finally going to take action. What should we do? If nothing unexpected happens, this is the tomb of our great human emperor. How can we allow an ancient race saint to enter first? But who can stop him? There's no way to stop him. The experts of the human race were all helpless. Right now, only Huatan had arrived, and he was indeed unrivaled. Everyone dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. I'll go down and take a look. You guys guard this place well. Huatan spoke, his voice low as he swept his eyes over his followers. At the center of this highland was a natural crater that radiated outwards. There were cracks everywhere, extending into the distance. The mountainous region was in ruins. Huatan hesitated slightly, and then he jumped in, entering the bottomless natural crater, heading towards the ancient tomb of the great ancient emperor. He had no other choice. Time was precious, and if the other old saints came, it would be useless even if he had heaven-warping talent. He could only take the risk and try to get in first. I can guarantee that he has gone in, and it will be hard for him to come out in a short period of time. Moreover, there's no second ancient king in this region. Duanda spoke, his eyes flashing. This fellow's background was mysterious. Up until now, even the Black Emperor who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia couldn't see through him. Moreover, his life-saving methods were top-notch. Since he said so, it was most likely true. Yifan nodded and stepped forward. He had already activated the row formula, and with each step, he appeared on the highland. During these days, Yifan had long understood what kind of person Huatan was from the ancient race. He had once said that his ancestor had fed on the human race saints during the ancient times, and he also wanted to taste the precious blood of the human race's saint physique. You came for me. My cultivation level isn't high enough, and I'm not your opponent, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Yifan muttered to himself as he stood in front of the natural crater. His appearance instantly caused a commotion. The ancient ancestor king had just disappeared, and the human race's saint physique came. How audacious! Beside the natural crater, the expressions of Huatan's followers all changed. They felt that the situation was far from good. The ancient king was just below, yet he dared to come so close. What did you guys say just now? A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. These people retreated, their hearts beating like drums. They didn't think that Yi Fan would have the courage to directly approach and finish them off. Just now, they were mocking Yi Fan, saying that he could only curl up in a corner and humiliate him as much as possible. They wanted to force him to appear, but now, he really came to kill them. Go! They weren't saints, and it was impossible for them to fight against the person in front of them. If they went up, they would die without a doubt. They turned around and fled. There was even one person who didn't care about the dangers in the natural crater and jumped in. He would rather do this than face the human race's saint physique. Clang! However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He operated the army formula and reversed the control of the divine sword in his hand. He turned it around and stabbed it back. With a pfff sound, the sharp blade cut across his own neck, causing blood to splash out. This result shocked everyone. They all thought that he had gone crazy and used the shining divine sword to cut off his own head. With a gullish sound, his head tumbled onto the ground. Pfff. The divine sword chopped down vertically and cut his head in half. His primordial spirit was extinguished, and he died a violent death. Run in different directions. The other people's faces were ashen. Just now, they had Huatan's support, so they weren't afraid of anything. Now, however, they were like stray dogs in a state of panic. How could Yi Fan allow them to escape? The travel formula under his feet activated, and all kinds of Tao patterns appeared. They turned into golden lightning and carried him forward with the world's fastest speed. Xiao! He was like a streak of lightning as he blocked one person's path. His fist smashed forward, and with a ping sound, this ancient race member exploded. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Chi! He didn't stop for even a moment and turned into a blazing light as he charged in another direction. Golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and with a heavenly swastika sound, the other two broke apart inch by inch. They turned into fresh blood and dyed the sky red. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Yi Fan opened up a world that belonged to the golden divine treasury. All kinds of golden divine splendor flowed about. Ancient bells, Tao swords, sacred pagodas, and other boundless things rose and fell together. With a shake of his body, they scattered out like a rain of light. This was a country of weapons. They were all golden and dazzling. They turned into rays of blazing light that swept in all directions. The remaining people screamed miserably as they were chopped into bloody paste. Yi Fan attacked powerfully. In a short moment, he killed all of Saint Huatan's followers and didn't let a single person escape. In the wilderness, everyone cried out in alarm, but no one dared to stop him. Even the ancient race was the same. They were all intimidated by him. How daring! He truly has no fear. Huatan had just entered the ancient tomb, yet he wiped out all of his subordinates. He doesn't fear incurring the hatred of the saint. He's so domineering, yet he killed them all. Huatan's lungs will most likely explode from anger. This is a naked slap to his face. He had just become a saint, yet someone came to trample on him. This is a great loss of face. Even many of the ancient race's legendary figures were dumbstruck and felt their hair stand on end. The human race's saint physique couldn't be provoked. What else did he not dare to do? He even chased the Golden Clan's heavenly daughter until she ran naked. He even challenged Huatan and didn't care about anything. Yi Fan swaggered off and didn't stay for long. He left behind a ground full of blood and some broken limbs. It was a ghastly sight. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the great tomb. It shook violently as Huatan rushed out in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. He was on the verge of collapse. No one knew what he had encountered. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his broken bones were protruding out of his flesh. Blood covered his body, and he fell to the ground with a plop while gasping for breath. At the entrance of the great tomb, immortal multicolored light gushed out for a period of time before finally stopping. The great emperor's divine splendor was once again withdrawn. Huatan looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. But soon after, he saw the corpses of his subordinates and exploded on the spot. Who killed them? It's the human race's Saint Physique, someone replied. Is that so? I came for him and wanted to use him as food. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to offend me. This time, the victorious fighting Buddha has no reason to protect him. No one can say anything if I kill him. Huatan's expression was cold. He didn't mourn for his subordinates and instead laughed coldly. 23 and you're so cocky. I'll slaughter you sooner or later. Longma said. In fact, this was also what Yi Fan was thinking. He really wanted Huatan to shed blood here and make a saint fall. Bang! The great tomb collapsed again, and the aura became even more vigorous. Duanda raised his eyebrows and said, I think it's time to enter the tomb. I finally know what's inside the great tomb. Yi Fan's heart beat violently. This time, he could clearly feel that there was something in his body that was resonating with him. Back then, it was also in the southern region. He narrowly escaped death and obtained the immortal fate. He didn't expect to meet again here. Perhaps, from this, I can conclude who the person inside the great tomb is. Chapter 1098. The myriad chi cauldron trembled slightly as if it had the will of a god. The ancient cauldron walls glowed, and the markings carved on it were like living creatures coming back to life. At the same time, the golden dwarf between Yi Fan's eyebrows opened its eyes. For so many years, this golden primordial spirit had held the small cauldron and comprehended the ancient scriptures together. The bronze immortal palace. I can feel its aura. Yi Fan revealed a look of disbelief. This immortal palace that could move had always been wandering around the eastern wasteland. Each time it appeared, it would appear in a different location. There were secrets about immortals. Back then, he and Ji Ziyue had mistakenly entered and narrowly escaped. It was also because of this that they obtained the myriad chi origin root. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about this place. According to the records, the bronze immortal palace would only appear once every 10,000 years. It's it, there's no mistake. Divine runes appeared on Yi Fan's forehead bone. The golden dwarf in the immortal platform was trembling. He vaguely saw the word, immortal, written in blood in the depths of the immortal palace. Was it the blood of an ancient emperor or a true immortal? There were too many secrets in this place. It was rumored that Ruthless was here in one of his lives. Unfortunately, he failed to transform and his body shattered there. Someone from the Yaoguang lineage knows the undying heaven art. Now, the immortal palace that is closely related to Ruthless has appeared. So, is this really her grave? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan knew why the myriad chi cauldron was trembling. It was not perfect. It was missing only the origin root and not all of the materials from back then. Outside the bronze immortal palace, the mountain-like origin root surged violently, making people feel suffocated. He only used the green copper to obtain the essence origin root. The rest of the divine materials were still there. Ruthless had the heaven-devouring evil jar, but he also found the origin root from the creation of the world. He naturally wanted to forge an even stronger weapon. If it was forged into an immortal weapon, it would be unparalleled in the world. Yi Fan used his own Tao to build the foundation of the cauldron. These years, he often thought that if he could refine all the materials outside the immortal palace, the cauldron should be perfect. The source chi is inseparable from the cauldron. They were originally one, so I should make them merge. In a daze, he saw an enormous copper palace rise and fall within the natural crater. Source energy curled about it, releasing immortal cries that were so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made one feel as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. "Master, what's wrong?" Yi Tong called out softly. Yi Fan was in a daze. After a while, he recovered and said, "Didn't you hear?" "What are you talking about?" Duanda's eyes lit up. Yi Fan looked toward the high ground again. It was a stretch of ruins, and there was only the occasional celestial glow from the bottom of the abyss. Apart from that, there was nothing else. "It's the tomb of Emperor Merciless." Yi Fan told him everything he knew. He couldn't see the scene in the depths of the great tomb, only knowing that the bronze immortal palace appeared. It floated above the mysterious region, possibly rushing into the heavens. The bronze immortal palace has the secrets of immortals. Back then, it was taken over by a vicious person, and after all these years, no one knew where it went. Who would have thought that it would rise and fall within its tomb? Duanda rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. "Where's your heaven-devouring demonic cover? Hurry up and bring it out." "Who knows, it might be able to sense what's inside the tomb," said the Black Emperor. "I didn't dare bring it out. That was refined from a vicious person's head. I'm afraid that this really is her tomb. If something unforeseen happens, this poor Daoist's little life might be lost here." Hua Tan stood above the abyss with a gloomy expression. His followers had all died, yet he couldn't find any traces of Yi Fan. Deathly light swirled in his eyes, making one feel intimidated. "He's blocking there, and we have no way of going over. Otherwise, this is an immortal opportunity. Why isn't he struck by lightning?" Longma cursed. Suddenly, two divine rainbows crossed the southern region and quickly approached. They descended and appeared on this high ground. Divine light overflowed from every single one of them, making them look high and mighty. Two saint-level ancient kings arrived. Their strength was extremely powerful, surpassing Hua Tan. They were both veteran saints, causing the ancient races to cry out in alarm. They went up to pay their respects. "Hua Tan, what did you gain?" One of them was surrounded by undying divine splendor and couldn't be seen clearly. There was a divine disk behind his head that was as resplendent as a great sun. His words were dignified and didn't have a trace of emotional fluctuations. It was the same even when facing Hua Tan, who was also an ancient king. There was a type of lofty and aloof aura that overlooked the common people. Hua Tan was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to contradict them. He had just become a saint and was far from being comparable to these ancient saints. He seriously replied, "The immortal splendor is flowing below. It's difficult for me to go deeper." The other ancient saint gave him a look and directly walked over. He arrived above the abyss and a crack appeared between his brows. A streak of immortal light shot out and illuminated the bottomless emperor tomb. However, after a long time, he frowned. He couldn't sense anything and couldn't sense anything. The archaic emperors all have a precise location for their ancient tombs. It isn't here and is definitely the tomb of the great human emperor. Who would have thought that even saints couldn't see through it? "Let's go down together. Even if we can't break through the ancient tomb, we can still protect ourselves," said an ancient saint. "Good. If there is an emperor treasure, it will definitely help us achieve the Tao and have a chance of walking the path of the great sage." Radiance flickered. The three of them disappeared at the same time and entered the abyss to explore the great tomb together. Hong! Right at this time, the great tomb collapsed again. The heavenly crater expanded several times and immortal multicolored light surged. Colorful mists pervaded the air and rushed into the heavens. The speed at which the great tomb collapsed increased. The highlands were crisscrossed and there were cracks everywhere. Rubble pierced through the clouds, turning this place into a dilapidated land. 9 Heavens Divine Jade Series Blue Sky Divine Jade. Someone cried out in alarm. An ancient race half-saint reached out his hand and grabbed a green precious jade the size of an infant's fist. It flowed with brilliant light and overflowing colors, making his fingers almost transparent. Mutton fat jade iron. A human race sect master raised his hand and grabbed a fist-sized piece of divine iron. It was spotlessly white and flawless with specks of light flickering about. The ground exploded and enormous rocks rushed upwards, bringing with them a few precious materials. This made many people's eyes go red. There were endless treasures within this great emperor tomb. What are you all waiting for? Everyone, think of a way to seize the treasures. Duanda shouted loudly and inwardly fanned everyone. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter and seize the treasures. Otherwise, with the 3 ancestral kings below, there was no way they could deal with them. With so many people entering together, it would be difficult for them to be discovered. There is an ancient great emperor's aura here. It will be difficult for us to do anything even if we enter. If we take the risk, we might die. Someone said dejectedly. It's fine. Each time immortal multicolored light surges, there will be a period of quietness. We just need to move about in a safe area and seize divine materials. We won't enter the depths of the tomb. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. Mutton fat jade iron and blue sky divine jade appeared one after another, making even half-saints unable to sit still, let alone the others. They were all moved. An hour later, the immortal light evaporated. A group of people rushed towards the heavenly crater that was 10 times larger and leapt inside. Even though their souls were trembling, they still couldn't resist the temptation. In that instant, magical treasures covered the skies and all types of secret artifacts appeared. The cultivators used them to protect themselves as they entered the great tomb. Apart from this, there were even more powerful holy artifacts that released tsunami-like sounds. These were the actions of the peak powers that stood in the clouds, using this to forcefully enter. Large amounts of ancient race, human, and fiend races cultivators appeared, entering the abyss. The great emperor's ancient tomb moved everyone's hearts. Let's go, we should move out as well. If we don't go now, someone might really get there first, said the Black Emperor. Duanda led the way. This was a secret passage that led directly to the great tomb through the underground dark vein. This was something that was left behind when they were here. It's boiling up above, they're fighting. After entering the heavenly crater and looking upwards, all types of magical treasures were colliding. It was as if large amounts of meteors were flying over from beyond the heavens, interweaving into a great destructive light. It's raining. No, this is blood, some from the human race, some from the ancient race. Duanda raised his head and touched the wet marks on his face. Above, a rain of blood scattered down. From time to time, corpses would fall, and there were even more broken magical treasures that exploded. It had long become completely chaotic. At the center of the sky, there was an even deeper grave pit, so deep that the ground couldn't be seen. That was the true emperor's tomb. Fine jade iron, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things would occasionally rush up along with the rubble, specks of immortal light flickering about. What is going on? Are there really countless rare treasures? 9 heavens divine jade and everlasting silver essence are divine materials even saints would be moved by. Longmas sighed in admiration. There weren't many fragments, but they could still see a few. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, as if there was a great mine of immortal materials underground. I know, this is a piece of primal chaos immortal land left behind from the creation of the world. Look, there are wisps of multicolored light surging, it originates from there. The Black Emperor was greatly shaken. Based on its suspicions, Great Emperor Vish's all-life source energy came from this place, the essence immortal root nurtured in the primal chaos immortal land. It was dug up by him. In this kind of place, even if it was the outer layer, there would definitely be rare treasures. Apart from the all-life source energy immortal root, blue sky divine jade, everlasting silver essence, and other things were definitely nurtured outside the primal chaos immortal land. These were accompanying creatures. It's just like the spiritual herbs growing outside a true dragon's cave. The most precious is naturally the true dragon in the cave, but the grass beside the cave is also precious to mortals. Duanda said. His heart began to itch. This was a piece of primal chaos immortal land. There was most likely a small primal chaos world below. Only heaven knew what kind of divine treasures were nurtured inside. He really wanted to immediately rush in. Do you guys feel it? There is powerful life force here. Immortal light and other things are all overflowing from the small primal chaos world. This truly is an exceptional divine land. The Black Emperor sighed in admiration. According to what it said, Great Emperor Wuxia wanted to forge the most powerful Emperor Bell, traveling the entire world, perhaps even visiting many ancient stars, all in order to find a small primal chaos world with life force. He found suitable materials, but he ended up empty-handed. In the end, Great Emperor Wuxia traveled to the Qinling Mountains in the west of Central Continent, unexpectedly obtaining a primal chaos stone in the immortal transformation pool, and only then did he refine the immortal materials he needed. Duanda said, the Great Emperor can easily refine the primal chaos and open up a small world. However, it is extremely difficult to find life force in the primal chaos. Things that can be born in the primal chaos are all supreme treasures, rarely seen throughout the ages. They knew that they had arrived at a divine land, a primal chaos immortal land rarely seen throughout the ages. If they went in, they might be able to find something of immeasurable value. Dong! The small abyss at the center flickered with multicolored light. An ancient building floated up and down, blocking the entrance, making it impossible for people to enter. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, almost making their bodies and bones shatter. Fortunately, Yifan's body emitted a hazy green light, propping up a light screen to protect them. Otherwise, if one wasn't a saint, they wouldn't be able to reach this place. Standing in a suitable position, Yifan, Duanda, the Black Emperor and the others all revealed strange expressions. They discovered that the three ancient saints were all blocked here, trapped in a life and death situation. An ancient bronze palace emitted a hazy radiance, floating up and down in the small abyss at the bottom of the heavenly crater. The entrance of the palace had a great gravitational force, millions upon millions of strands of immortal light, almost swallowing Huatan and the others. Even someone as powerful as the three ancient saints found it difficult to resist. Yifan was stunned. It really was it. After several decades, he saw the bronze immortal palace again. Chapter 1099. Great waves rose and fell within Yifan's mind. When he saw the grand and imposing palace cast from bronze, he thought of Ji Ziyue and how the two of them mistakenly entered the immortal palace. His heartstrings trembled. In this place, the old bronze piece in his body was especially sensitive. Just like back then, it seemed to have been stimulated, immediately reviving. This place was extremely terrifying. This bronze palace related to immortals seemed to possess life, different from before. Now, it was shining on its own, the three ancient saints unable to break free. Its scale was massive, tall like a small mountain. It was unknown just how much bronze had been used up, but now, it was mottled with green rust, leaving behind ancient imprints. The bronze rust traces were extremely heavy, displaying an ancient feeling of great changes. However, this didn't affect its magnificence. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light shot out, twisting into supreme Tao marks, covering this place densely. This was going to refine the three ancient saints. They were all roaring loudly, blocking the entrance of the bronze palace, using all of their cultivation to support themselves, barely preventing themselves from being sucked in. Yifan clearly remembered that when he and Ji Ziyue entered the bronze palace back then, the inside was deathly still, not this type of scene. It was like a tomb, lacking immortal light or Tao marks. Otherwise, they most likely wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. This ancient bronze palace has a heaven-defying great secret related to immortals. Duanda swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It actually appeared in Vish's tomb. It seems like it has great karma with her. The Black Emperor's large bronze bell eyes shone. This time, the ancient tomb's collapse might have been related to the bronze immortal palace. It was the aura it released that intensified the cracks in the highlands, and then it completely collapsed, forming a heavenly crater. Compared to the bronze immortal palace, the three ancient saints were like ants. The main reason was because this bronze palace was just too large, moreover releasing endless immortal light. They discovered Yi Fan's group. Hua Tan's pupils were like black suns, pitch black and immeasurable, releasing strands of dark light. As he swept his gaze over, there was a type of lofty and aloof aura, as if he was looking down on ants. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free, couldn't rush over, and even more so couldn't take action. Yi Fan, Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the others didn't feel any fear. The three of them couldn't even protect themselves, locked in place. Whether or not they could survive was another matter. So much. Mother Qi. Longma's four hooves emitted a fiery glow as it circled around the copper palace from afar. It looked like it had too much energy. Yi Tong also opened his mouth wide, revealing an expression of disbelief as he said, "Master, this is where your cauldron came from. Emperor Ruthless is incredible. What is he trying to do? Did he excavate a chaotic immortal land to forge the most powerful celestial tool? He's using so much source chi to forge a cauldron, and he's refining it repeatedly. Who would be able to block his attack?" The large black dog was also stunned. Outside the bronze immortal palace, all life source energy swirled about, forming mountains and seas, layer after layer. It was as heavy as a stellar domain, crushing down until one stopped breathing. There were endless Tao traces interweaving. Any strand of source chi could crush a mountain. How heavy would it be when so many of them were gathered together? Did the ancient emperors want to destroy the other monarch weapons with a single strike by forging it into a weapon? If an ordinary person was able to find a strand of source energy, then it was already a great opportunity. Now, there was so much of it, densely packed like clouds, surrounding this place. It was simple and unadorned, majestic and majestic. It was a type of miracle. "Rise!" Yi Fan shouted loudly, and a small golden person in his forehead opened his eyes. He stood up and took a step forward, using the Tao traces as his battle clothes and the cauldron as his weapon. The all-life source chi cauldron hovered above his head, and the small golden person opened his mouth and let out a clear cry. The small cauldron quickly enlarged and flew forward, beginning to swallow the huge amount of source chi. "You dare!" Hua Tan was furious, and his expression finally changed. He was unable to remain calm. There was so much source chi, and even if it had lost its source, it was still a divine material that was difficult to find in this world. If he could obtain it, it would be a heaven-defying fortune. What was the most precious thing? It was naturally the weapons of the ancient emperors, and this source chi was prepared by the great human emperor to refine weapons. There was no way to measure its value. The expressions of the other two ancient saints changed. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they stop him? "Saint Physique of the human race, you killed my people and stole my fortune. This is a great enmity. If I can escape, I will kill you 100 times over." "Even the victorious fighting Buddha will have nothing to say," Hua Tan said gloomily. "We'll talk about it after you escape. I don't have time to deal with you now." "I'll find a quiet place to go," Yi Fan said indifferently. At this moment, he was in a good mood. He used the cauldron to swallow the huge amount of source chi and fused it into the cauldron. The army formula was activated, and his cauldron floated up and down, making sonorous sounds. The source chi was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, causing the void to distort and collapse. It became one with the cauldron, and there was no distinction between them. From then on, the source chi became one. The materials of Vicious Emperor weapon were rare throughout the ages, so Huatan's eyes were red and he roared in anger. The cauldron was the essence of source chi, and at this moment, it became one with the huge amount of source chi. It emitted a wave of life, as if it was about to give birth to a divine consciousness. You have the life to take it, but not the life to use it. Huatan smiled coldly. He was full of unwillingness, and his murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. If he could move, he would definitely attack at the first moment and crush Yi Fan into ashes. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. You don't have this chance. Even if you become a saint-level character, it doesn't mean you won't fall. You should be more careful of yourself. Yi Fan laughed. He didn't mind. What could be more exciting than a perfect Tao-proving artifact? His cauldron could absorb all the source chi and interweave its marks. 23. You better be more honest with your mouth. Otherwise, I'll reward you with a fried dumpling and make you roll on the ground. Longma's mouth was full of nonsense. As it spoke, it raised its hoof and prepared to kick Huatan while he was down. It wanted to make Huatan die with a grievance in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Don't. Duanda hurriedly stopped it, telling it not to act blindly without thinking. That Bronze Immortal Palace shone with millions and millions of strands of celestial light, almost engulfing the ancestral king. If they acted rashly, they might also be engulfed. This kind of balance can't be broken. If they are lucky, they can charge out, but if they are not, they can only wait to die, the Black Emperor also said. The cauldron suddenly became many times heavier. Fortunately, it had already been refined long ago, and its weight wasn't something that Yi Fan could bear. Now that it was thrown out, without using any magic power, most ordinary enemies would probably be directly turned into dust. Brat, such a precious thing has fallen into your hands, so you have to compensate us with something. Otherwise, we'll split it equally. If it was someone else, I would have already snatched it, the large black dog hooted. After killing the Heavenly Prince, there were quite a lot of good things that were dug out from his body. Why didn't you hand them over? Yi Fan exposed him. Immeasurable celestial being, since this is your Tao-proving artifact, I'm willing to help you achieve your dream. When the time comes, just give me an extra portion of the enlightenment tea that you obtained from the deathless Heavenly Emperor's palace. And mine. Longma also called out. The three extremes hooted together. Yi Tong was very dutiful, and it was impossible for him to split his master's treasures. Not far away, the three ancient saints were sulking. They watched helplessly as a few juniors took away the exclusive celestial materials of the great ancient emperor, and now they were even discussing how to split the spoils. This really made them furious. In particular, Huatan's lungs were about to explode. That was because that Longma kept saying 23, and judging from his tone, it definitely wasn't something good. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes, and didn't treat him as a saint at all. Duanda frowned as if he had detected something. Not good, a saint has come. The formation patterns that I set up are reacting, and my heart is pounding. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Now, they weren't saints and lacked the capital to settle down, so they naturally had to be careful. Before entering, they had set up various formation patterns. Once a saint descended, they would be alerted. The Black Emperor didn't say anything, and took out the chessboard formation platform, opened up the void, and directly entered. What a pity, the Bronze Celestial Palace has a chaotic immortal land, and there are most likely divine treasures inside. Duanda was very regretful. What a pity. Longma was even more restless, but there was nothing they could do. A saint had come, and they could only retreat. I'll temporarily leave the source chi in your hands, and keep the heads on your necks. I will go collect them. Hua Tan said sinisterly. Idiot, just wait for your deaths in peace. Longma's words almost choked him to death. Swoosh. With a flash of light, they disappeared from the underground world. In the distance, mysterious fluctuations spread out. The realm gate opened, and a scarlet-haired woman walked out. Her body was tall and slender, and she was a powerful ancient race expert. The Blood Lightning Queen is here. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a Saint King who had appeared at the Jade Lake meeting and fought against Divine King Jiang. Today, she actually personally came. The matter was getting bigger and bigger, and even such a character couldn't sit still. She didn't act blindly without thinking, and only walked around the abyss for a long time before taking a step down. When she arrived at the distance of the Bronze Celestial Palace, she saw the 3 trapped ancient saints. Hong! After a quarter of an hour, a loud sound rang out. The Blood Lightning Queen rushed over, and there were bloodstains all over her body. Her body almost exploded, and behind her, there were 3 other figures that were even more miserable. Their primordial spirit flames had almost been extinguished, and their bodies were tattered beyond recognition. After they rushed over, they all cried out loudly, full of anger. There were immortal treasures underground, but they couldn't seize them. A single celestial palace was enough to suppress everyone to death. Hua Tan, in particular, felt extremely sullen. He was ridiculed by Yi Fan and Longma, and he could only watch as the source qi of all life was stolen. That kind of unwillingness and resentment was hard to describe. Human race holy body, I will definitely kill you. Even if a deity revives, he won't be able to save you. Hua Tan roared. With a honglong sound, the sound waves were like heavenly thunder. The bodies of many cultivators near the great tomb cracked apart, and those with slightly weaker cultivations directly exploded, turning into bloody mist. When a saint was angry, there would be countless corpses. This was not just empty talk. Your tone isn't small. I just don't know what you will do if a deity truly descends one day. An aged voice transmitted over. Without a sound, Heavenly Jade Holy Land's old saint, Wei Yi, appeared. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. He stood there like a piece of withered wood. The Blood Lightning Queen looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Her expression changed. Which human saint was ordinary? Back then, during the Jade Lake meeting, a white-clothed divine king killed so many ancient race saints that their blood splashed through the sky. Batch after batch died, and their vitality was greatly damaged. This old saint was someone even she couldn't fathom. Her heart was beating rapidly, and she didn't dare to act recklessly. Wei Yi stood there and silently deduced for a while. Then, he frowned, and without saying a word, his figure became indistinct, disappearing into thin air. At the same time, the moment Wei Yi disappeared, he brought all the cultivators on the high ground with him, and they were transported into the distant sky. Hong! Suddenly, the bronze immortal palace reached tens of thousands of meters in an instant, rushing into the heavenly crater. Immortal light was boundless, and it shone like a sun. The bloody, immortal character inside turned into a beam of light, and it was reflected in the void, cutting across the past and present. The Blood Lightning Queen, Hua Tan, and the others quickly retreated. Their joints made cracking sounds, and they almost exploded in this place. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were almost crushed to death. What a great immortal palace! It is indeed extraordinary. It's really hard to imagine who it was that made such a big hole inside, and forcefully blasted it out, an aged voice said. Great Sage Hun Tuo appeared on the horizon. Behind him, there were several ancient saints following, advancing and retreating together with him. Clearly, they were determined to obtain the divine treasures inside the great tomb. On the other side, a figure appeared in front of the human race. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. It was Divine King Jiang Taishu. He had also shown himself. As soon as the peerless divine king appeared, the scene was immediately thrown into chaos. Many ancient races were trembling, and even some ancient kings felt their bodies go cold. During the Jade Lake meeting, the divine king killed them all alone, and they were all terrified. This bronze palace is related to immortals. Why don't we open it up together and see what's inside? Another figure descended, and it was extremely ancient. Many people were shocked. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons who had arrived. An emperor's tomb triggered a great chaos. Many ancient kings and a few great sages couldn't sit still any longer. They wanted to open it up and obtain the secret of becoming immortals. It's difficult for outsiders to touch the tomb of a great human emperor, Jiang Taishu said to himself. Chapter 1100. All the saints had arrived and surrounded the tomb. The atmosphere was tense as all sides faced each other. Even though the majestic bronze palace was covered in rust, it still shone brightly and lit up the sky. The word immortal that it reflected made everyone's heart tremble. Great Sage Huntuo, Great Sage Huntua, and a dozen other ancient kings stood side by side. They were like a dozen ancient demonic mountains that made everyone's hearts tremble. There were too few human saints. Up until now, there was only Wei Yi and Jiang Taishu. The others were nowhere to be seen, making people feel that they were alone. Great Sage Hun Tuo squinted his eyes and looked at the bronze palace. This special structure that had existed since ancient times had come back to life. Even someone as strong as him didn't dare to barge in. What a strong fluctuation. I can vaguely hear someone chanting immortal scriptures inside. It's unfathomable. Once I step in, it'll be hard to predict. As a great sage, he had such a feeling and made such a judgment. This made the others even more fearful of the bronze palace. No one dared to act rashly. Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others were 80,000 miles away. Through a mysterious crystal, they could clearly see the situation around the tomb. This was the result of the endless wondrous emperor-grade Dao patterns. The great sage of the ancient race has people here. If they attack with a few ancient weapons, they'll most likely get what they want. At that time, we'll be in big trouble. The ancient race didn't lack extreme imperial weapons. The golden truncheon was said to be able to beat immortals. The dragon bell could collapse the universe. If the Fire Chelan Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and Blood Phoenix Mountain all came with weapons, not to mention the southern region, even the eastern wasteland would be destroyed. Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion? Let's enter together and search for the secret of immortals. Great Sage Hunchuo spoke again. If we enter with ancient weapons, there shouldn't be a problem. At least we can protect ourselves. Great Sage Qianluan of the nest of 10,000 dragons nodded. These two were the leaders and the peak existences of the ancient race. Even the other saint kings didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of them. No one dared to go against them. Someone looked at Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi. These were two saints of the human race, and they were not simple at all. Even the ancient king had to be cautious. During the battle at the Jade Pool, the white-robed divine king had single-handedly shaken the universe. He had left a deep impression on them. Are the two of you going in? Qianluan, the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons, smiled and looked over. Forget it. I can't beat you guys, so I won't cause trouble. Wei Yi shook his head. 10,000 clans coexist, the world is one family. Why should there be any distinctions? Everyone can enter. Qianluan said. A heavenly sound rang through the air. The bronze immortal palace's radiance flourished even more brilliantly. The immortal character that was reflected was dripping with blood, incredibly large, full of a shocking feeling. This time, the dozen or so ancient kings all frowned. They also heard someone chanting scriptures, but it was very blurry and indistinct. Could there be another living being in the Copper Palace? So many years had passed, and even the ancient emperors had long passed away. It was impossible for them to be alive. Could it really be related to immortals? I smell fresh blood. This immortal character is at least condensed from the blood of emperors. It might even be the blood of immortals, great sage Hunchuo said. No matter which one it was absolutely shocking. Who could injure the ancient emperors and use their blood to carve words? This was a kind of blasphemy. And if it was the blood of immortals, it was even more unbelievable. 80,000 miles away, Yi Fan frowned. He had entered back then and seen this immortal character. Was it written in the blood of Vicious? It didn't seem like it. There was a mysterious door behind the immortal character. He only walked there and didn't have the chance to enter because he would die if he took a step forward. Tell the ordinary cultivators to retreat. There will be a great calamity in this place. No one should stay for long. A sickly old man appeared and secretly said to Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi. The moment he appeared, Great Sage Hunchuo and Great Sage Qianluan couldn't stay calm anymore. Their faces were full of seriousness. Gai Jiuyo's arrival made them feel the pressure multiply. White-robed Divine King nodded. Which of the ancient emperors were ordinary? Who could rob their tombs? If they weren't willing, anyone who came would die. For example, everyone knew that Great Emperor Wu Shi was buried there. But so many years had passed, who could do anything? Back then, several emperor weapons had attacked the mountain, but they could only retreat in defeat. Many important figures had come, and all sides couldn't remain calm. Ordinary cultivators started to retreat. This wasn't a simple battle. If a holy war broke out, not to mention tens of thousands of miles away, the entire southern region might be plunged into misery and suffering. Be it humans, demons, or ancient races, they were all very tactful and started to retreat. If people wanted to pay attention, they had to use the eye of the formation. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, ordinary cultivators would be as weak as ants. How lively! Another ancient saint had arrived. A beam of golden light appeared in front of the Alcade Old Land. The great sage of the Gold Clan appeared with the golden truncheon. The ancient emperor's aura spread out, causing the bronze palace to tremble. The Golden King glanced at Gai Jiuyo, then at Wei Yi and white-robed Divine King. He didn't say anything. After losing to the victorious Fighting Buddha, he had been depressed for a while. This time, he came with the golden truncheon to make up for his loss of the priceless divine marrow. Another great sage is here. If they really start fighting, will the southern region be able to protect itself when the ancient emperor weapons are used? Everyone was worried. Even Divine King Jiang and Wei Yi frowned. With so many important figures here, they represented the peak battle power. It could be said that the matter was getting bigger and bigger. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to participate at all. They retreated like the tide. Not long after, the huge Alcade Old Land became deserted. There wasn't a single ordinary person left. Those who remained were all saints. Boom! The bronze immortal palace rumbled. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao became even more vast. It was as if there really was an immortal giving a lecture. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. This is... Be careful, I almost transformed into the Tao. An ancestral king whose lifespan was about to end and didn't have many months to live was horrified. This was an older generation saint. All the hair on his body stood up, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. Shang! The golden truncheon rumbled and turned into an immortal divine radiance. It could cut down the sun, moon, and stars, and destroy all living things. The ancient emperor's aura was recovering. At the same time, the bell rang. Countless purple gold divine bells were strung together, forming a true dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it appeared in the void. Each bell of the 10,000 dragon bell was a piece of dragon bone. When it sounded, the 9 heavens and 10 earths could be broken. It had the power to split open the world, and the primal chaos surged. The 2 ancient emperor weapons appeared at the same time. The bronze immortal palace sensed something. Its radiance didn't decrease, and it slowly descended towards the depths of the natural crater. It blocked the entrance of the primal chaos immortal land and took the initiative to defend. Woo, formidable. The great human emperor is dead, and his tomb is difficult to move. Even the bronze immortal palace has come to stop us. Great sage Hunchuo said to himself. For the sake of the secret of immortal ascension, we can only forcefully attack the immortal palace. Apart from this, the primal chaos immortal land is also a place that must be fought over. Golden King was the first to take action, descending into the natural crater. Don't let random people get close. Great sage Hunchuo spoke. He left behind a few ancient kings to provide support. Everyone moved, descending into the abyss together. Something big has happened. All saints have arrived to open the bronze immortal palace and enter the tomb of the great ancient emperor. A great storm is about to rise. With so many ancient saints taking action, the southern region might be destroyed. There are rumors that this is the ancient tomb of the great emperor. She is the most brilliant person since ancient times. Will she be able to succeed? The news spread in all directions. All the cultivators in the world focused their attention. Unfortunately, they didn't have the qualifications to participate and could only watch. On this day, many important places in the southern region had ancient formation platforms shining. They used the formation eyes to observe and pay attention to this world-shaking change. I feel a little uneasy, Wei Yi said. He looked back in the other direction of the southern region. Back then, the heavenly jade Holy Land was almost completely destroyed, leaving him with a lifetime of pain and memories. Let's wait and see, Gai Jiuyo said calmly. White-robed Divine King and the others didn't move. They only stood above the abyss, watching the ancient race take action and waiting for the result. A few ancient saints flew in all directions, patrolling the surroundings. If there were any changes, they would immediately inform the people below with their divine senses. In reality, it was very obvious that they were guarding against the ancient saints of the human race. What else could it be? They were afraid that they would set up a killing formation above. Boom! Southern region, forbidden ancient land. The atmosphere was strange. Below the abyss formed by the 9 sacred mountains, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens. The 2 outer realm ancient saints were very uneasy and immediately retreated. They had long since heard that the tomb of an ancient great emperor had appeared in another place, so they also hurried there and temporarily left this place. Yi Fan and the others weren't far away. They were shocked to see this scene. What happened? Don't tell me the path of immortality is really going to open. Could it be that it's going to happen soon? This is going to be a world-shocking change. All of their hearts were beating violently. Was the illusory celestial domain really going to appear? Who could use this light to ascend and transform into an immortal? Boom! Suddenly, a great power surged over, controlling the 100,000 mountains. The leaden clouds were like the vast sea, and the entire sky was about to collapse as it attacked Yi Fan and the others. Not good, a saint is attacking, the Black Emperor shouted. With a shake of his hand, 12 formation platforms flew out and lined up in the void, blocking the overflowing holy light. The chessboard platform flashed, and they immediately entered. Pang! The 12 formation platforms immediately shattered and turned into ashes, unable to block the attack in the slightest. One had to know that this was a damaged corner of the Emperor formation, enough to kill a half-saint and make his blood fly everywhere. However, the formation diagram was damaged after all. There was only a tenth of it, and it couldn't block the attack of a saint. You can't escape the human race's divine physique. Next time, I will definitely kill you. It's useless no matter who comes. You are my food, and the source energy you obtain will also belong to me, Tan said coldly. He was very regretful. He had obtained the guidance of the great sage and deduced that these people should be in this direction. He moved horizontally, but in the end, he still didn't hit them. Only the aftermath destroyed a portion of the formation platforms. Tens of thousands of li away, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others frowned. It was truly dangerous just now, and they were almost intercepted. The great sage didn't hesitate to spend a great deal of effort to deduce it. Otherwise, Tan, who has just become a saint, wouldn't have been able to find it, said Duanda. I have a damaged immortal cauldron on me, so they couldn't figure it out. It seems like they have another secret method to deduce you all. Yi Fan said. You have to be careful. This emperor will carve a few more small-scale heaven-deceiving formation patterns, and everyone will bring a few. Even the great sage won't be able to deduce it. The Black Emperor said. A while ago, they killed the heavenly prince and plundered the Tao-deceiving tea. They used this divine tree trunk to carve the heaven-deceiving formation patterns created by great Emperor Wushi. The Black Emperor firmly believed that they would be fine. This is not good. It was clearly incited by the great sage, and he personally deduced it. This is a bad sign. Duanda said. Yi Fan walked back and forth, looking towards a certain place in the southern region. His eyes were cold as he said, even the ancient saints jumped out. Do you really think I can't slaughter a saint? What do you want to do? Longma asked, both excited and nervous. It only wanted to see the world in chaos, but it deeply respected the ancient saints. It knew that the gap between them was too great, and it was completely powerless to defy the heavens. Tan wants to kill me, but he might not succeed. Meanwhile, if I think of some way to slaughter an ancient saint, I might not fail either. Yi Fan said coldly. What plans do you have? The large black dog asked. Now, everyone in the world knows that I have returned. I seem to have been silent for too long, and the ancient races have bullied me. In that case, I will slaughter an ancient saint. I will give them a great gift. Master, you. Yi Tong clenched his fists tightly. He was both nervous and excited. Chapter 1101. Kill a saint. These two words were too illusory for cultivators. No one would have such delusions. If they weren't a saint, they would be an ant. The difference in strength was too great. That was a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Even a half-saint would occasionally have saintly might, but it was difficult for them to truly reach it. Saints were existences that had completely transcended. They were above the masses and were like gods. How could a mortal slay a god? The difficulty was too great. The Black Emperor said, Brat, it's hard for you to go against the heavens. The difference between you and a saint cannot be measured. In a sense, a saint is a different kind of life form. They are no longer human. Even the killing formation he had set up couldn't hurt a saint under normal circumstances. There was only one reason. The difference was too great. How could an ant bite a dragon to death? Let's be more realistic. Duanda shook his head. Is there no hope? Yi Tong didn't give up. He hoped that his master could rise up and get rid of the resentment in his heart. Unless I can find enough divine materials and carve out a world-shocking killing formation. Only then will there be a chance of killing a saint, the Black Emperor said. The divine materials he spoke of were naturally rare in the world. They were things that were specially used to carve emperors' formation patterns. They could only be found by chance. Only then would he be able to display the true power of the Wushu's formation pattern. The other way is for Yi Fan to reach the half-saint realm and trigger the divine restriction. He will be able to break through the barrier of the saint realm easily. Only then will he be able to fight a saint, Duanda said. These two conditions were too harsh. At the very least, Yi Fan couldn't achieve them at the moment. Yi Tong's eyes dimmed. He was depressed for his master. The ancient race was too much, but he couldn't fight back. Even so, I still want to kill a saint. Yi Fan's words were firm. He then told the Black Emperor to prepare a formation platform for him. There was no need for anything else. It had to be a chessboard emperor pattern, the kind that could cross the undying mountain. The human race's saint body might be finished. In recent days, some of the ancient clans had been discussing how Huatan had been looking down on the southern domain. He had appeared in every city, and it seemed as if he wouldn't rest until Yi Fan was dead. During these days, everyone knew that Yi Fan had really returned. Killing the Heavenly Prince and battling the Golden Heavenly Maiden were all done by him. There were no secrets to speak of. Huatan wasn't that old. After awakening, he was the first ancient race genius to become a saint in this world. He had a special status and would be recorded in the annals of history. Now, he had come out in force. In just a few days, everyone in the eastern wasteland knew that he was going to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan, aren't you proud of your bravery? What are you in front of my master? Cowering in a corner and not daring to see the light, it would be best if you don't come out for the rest of your life. Huatan's disciple had also arrived in the southern wasteland. His words were sharp and unkind, full of mockery. It was to humiliate Yi Fan and make him feel uncomfortable. Yi Fan naturally didn't care. In the past few days, he had been walking in the southern domain's ancient lands. He had even brought Yi Tong, Longma, and the others into the fire domain, letting them see the true immortal flame. In the 10th layer of the fire domain, there was an immortal flame formed by talismans that they couldn't touch. They were fortunate enough to see it from afar, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even the Black Emperor was in a daze. He said, "It has been so many years, and it still exists." As expected of the immortal flame that allowed the ancient desolate tower to float for thousands of years. This poor Taoist has an ideal. I want to take this flame for myself and use it to refine pills. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Duan sighed. While they were walking around, Huatan was also conducting a carpet search. According to his deductions, these people were in the southern domain and had never left. Our ancestors ate humans' blood, and they tasted delicious. The human sacred body contains precious blood, so the taste is even better. Huatan's disciple clamored without restraint. He didn't place Yi Fan in his eyes at all. This was intolerable. Many cultivators felt annoyed when they heard this. If they had enough cultivation, they would definitely slap them to death. Huatan, your grandpa is calling you to wipe your snot when he gets home. On this day, Longma stood out and responded. It was like a loudspeaker that rang through half the sky of the southern domain. Of course, after it shouted, it fled. It controlled the formation and didn't give the saint a chance to make a move. Otherwise, even 10 horses wouldn't be enough to kill it. Huatan's face was ashen, and his gaze was sinister. He immediately rushed to where Longma appeared, but he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Huatan, as a saint, you have the nerve to compete with Yi Fan. He hasn't even become a saint, so how thick is your skin? Why don't you go and challenge the victorious fighting Buddha? You'll probably be scared to death before you reach Mount Meru. Longma appeared in another region. It neighed loudly, and like a great llama, it clamored all over the world, similarly mocking him. Yi Fan, if you dare to come out and fight, my master won't bully you. He'll seal his own magical power, and he can crush you with just one finger. Huatan's disciple shouted. Hua Tan, your mother told your disciple to go home and rinse his mouth. Longma had never been a very proper master. Even though it was an auspicious beast, it wasn't some kind soul. A Longma caused a ruckus in the southern domain, clamoring everywhere. In the end, it provoked Hua Tan to continuously cross the void, wanting to chase after them. Human race's divine physique, everyone says so much about you, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than a smelly bug. If you dare to appear, I'll directly trample you to death with one foot. Hua Tan said coldly. One could imagine how angry he was, or else he wouldn't have said such words. He was a saint who had proven his Tao, yet today, he was repeatedly clamored at by a Longma. He didn't take him seriously at all, and he really wanted to immediately capture the Longma to establish his might. Hua Tan, come and accept your death. Yi Fan appeared. He was repeatedly mocked, and he began to challenge the saint, actually wanting to fight against him. Ha! Hua Tan laughed loudly when he heard this. He immediately rushed over, whistling through the air, saying, You want to be my enemy? Even an ant wants to bite a dragon to death. You overestimate yourself. That day, everyone was shocked. Was Yi Fan really going to fight against a saint? Was he going to erupt with anger? This was a wasteland, overgrown with weeds and ancient trees. There were many wilderness in the southern domain, and the vast uninhabited region occupied 90% of the region. Hua Tan appeared, stretching out a large hand from far away, grabbing towards this place. The attack of a saint was going to turn everything within 100 li into scorched earth. Hong! Yi Fan appeared. He didn't make any other movements, directly activating the cauldron. The source energy of all things curled up, and with a violent shake, the great cauldron flipped over. Overflowing flames rushed into the sky. The 9-colored mist turned into streaks and streaks of Tao marks. This was the divine flame of the 9th level of the fire domain, able to burn saints to death. It surged upwards. Once the blazing holy splendor appeared, the entire wasteland turned into a sea of flames. The great earth turned into magma, and the few rocky mountains all vaporized, leaving nothing behind. The 9-colored flame was too terrifying. It wasn't purely due to the high temperature, but also the mysterious and unfathomable Tao power that could grind an ancient king to death. Hua Tan was shocked. His right hand that reached down was scorching hot, burning until blood splashed everywhere. His bones were in excruciating pain, but he was a saint after all. With a forceful swipe, his Tao skills operated, and the injury immediately stopped. Moreover, he shifted several thousand zhang away, avoiding the sea of flames in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, If you aren't a saint, you are still dirt. Killing you is as easy as crushing a dog. Without the corresponding strength, you want to rely on external objects to fight against me. You don't know the difference between life and death. However, Yi Fan was also quite decisive. The instant he activated the divine flame, he put away the cauldron and stepped into the chessboard's formation patterns. He turned around and left. I locked onto you as soon as I appeared, yet you still want to leave. Even the descent of an immortal king can't save you. Hua Tan's expression was cold. He pointed out with a finger, and a streak of splendor splashed out. This was to shatter the vacuum and shake Yi Fan out from the realm gate. He was shocked. The realm gate didn't move in the slightest and was about to disappear. This was the chessboard's formation patterns. Back then, he borrowed it to cross over from the Undying Mountain. Even the great ancient emperor's killing formation couldn't erase it, so it was naturally difficult for a saint to destroy it. You've made ample preparations, but unfortunately, in the eyes of a saint, you are still an ant. Since you've been locked onto by me, there is only death awaiting you. Hua Tan didn't seem to mind and laughed coldly. He took a step inside and followed the moment the realm gate closed. At his side, there were a total of 4 disciples that followed. They were enveloped by the holy splendor and entered the realm gate at the same time to chase after Yi Fan. Hong! After Yi Fan came out, he directly entered another realm gate. Splendor rushed into the heavens in this place. All types of Dao patterns were activated together and turned into an exceptional killing formation. This was meticulously laid out by the Black Emperor. He used the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Even though he didn't have any divine materials, when used together with the heavenly origin divine formation, it also formed a terrifying 7 extreme formation. Huatan roared angrily, and holy splendor filled the sky. However, his entire body was crisscrossed, and dozens of wounds appeared. If it weren't for his protection, the 4 disciples would have been chopped into mush. I didn't expect a saint to be so terrifying. Not even a tiny corner of the Emperor formation was able to obliterate him. Unfortunately, there are no divine materials to carve the formation. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He entered the void and directly shattered the formation platform outside, not giving Huatan the chance to chase after him. You want to run? There is no way out for you in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Do you really think a saint can be humiliated? Atone for your sins with blood. Huatan sneered and produced an item with a shake of his hand. The shattered formation platform was quickly restored to its original state. He brought his disciples and forcefully opened the realm gate to chase after him. This was a secret treasure given to him by a great sage. Even if one's formation patterns were unparalleled, it would be useless even if they crossed to the outer realms. It could temporarily restore one's formation platform and chase after him like a shadow. Without a doubt, this was a sure kill situation. There was no way to shake off a saint. Before long, he would be caught, and surviving would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Do you think the human race's saint physique is well prepared? In front of my master, it doesn't matter how many methods you have. If your strength isn't enough, then it's useless no matter what you say. You want to obliterate a saint with a mere divine flame and an incomplete ancient emperor killing formation. You are too naive. My master has made ample preparations for you. He specially borrowed a secret treasure so that you can't escape. A mere Dao Severer dares to challenge a saint. My master will kill you like killing a chicken. Huatan's disciples laughed loudly. They were surrounded by holy light and quickly followed. They saw Yi Fan's figure in the void. Swoosh! However, what they didn't expect was that Yi Fan would once again produce a formation platform in the void. He changed the path of the void in the eternal darkness and disappeared once again. Changing directions in the void and changing the path, this kind of method made Huatan's expression change. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he had lost him. Swoosh! He swiped with force, and a secret treasure flashed in his palm. It restored a damaged formation pattern in the dark void in front of him and followed in. I didn't expect the great sage's secret treasure to be so marvelous. He laughed loudly and was no longer worried. Yi Fan fled at top speed and changed the formation platform more than 10 times. Each time, he carried it out in the void, but he still couldn't shake off Huatan. If it were any other saint, they would have been thrown off a long time ago. The great sage's methods are admirable. We can chase him all the way. He can't shake us off. One of Huatan's disciples was pleasantly surprised. He was also deeply afraid of the ancient race's great sage's cultivation. Where are we now? Each time, he changes directions in the void. We don't even know where he is and can't predict the path ahead. Another disciple frowned. Let's see how many formation platforms he has. When he runs out, he will die in front of us. Master can crush him with one finger. Not long after, Yi Fan's figure was getting closer and closer. They could almost see him clearly. Huatan's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached out with his hand and wanted to crush him to death. Boom! Right at this moment, the space gate opened. Yifan rushed out of the void and entered the real world. He fell down. He has no more formation platforms. Death is in front of him, haha, human saint physique, your death is near. Huatan's 4 disciples were overjoyed and smiled cruelly. Huatan's eyes were cold. His purple hair was loose, and his majestic body was as intimidating as a mountain. He was the first to walk forward. However, with one step, he staggered and fell to the ground. Behind him, his 4 disciples were in an even worse state. They directly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood. What? What is this place? How did we lose our spiritual energy? The 4 disciples revealed expressions of fear. Their hearts were beating fast and they felt that the situation was not good. Huatan's expression changed. His cultivation was suppressed to the lowest level and it was difficult for him to use it. This made his hair stand on end. One has to know that he was a saint. Everywhere was silent. The plants were lush and the ancient medicines were tens of thousands of years old. This place was excessively quiet without a single sound. It was like a land of death. Up ahead, Yifan stood with a dark golden spear in his hand. His expression was cold, calm. He was no longer trying to escape. What is this place? Huatan felt waves of fear. As a saint, the amount of spiritual energy he could use right now was pitifully small. He couldn't even fly. Ah! My cultivation, my source of life. One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He felt that not only was he losing his spiritual energy, but his life was also quickly slipping away. Wrinkles slowly appeared on his face. Noisy. Yifan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage in his original position and moved past Huatan. With a pu sound, he pierced through the space between the brows of one of his disciples. Blood splashed high into the air, and he was lifted up. Pang! With a forceful shake of his hand, the corpse flew out over Tenjiang and stopped moving on the spot. A large amount of blood flowed out. You! Huatan was furious. He was a saint, so how could he tolerate Yifan's impudence? He swung his palm forward, but the power that was as vast as the sea did not surge out. Yifan swept out with his spear. Waves of golden light overflowed from his palm and fingers. The power was astonishing. Just the power of his flesh alone could shatter the sky. Huatan released a muffled groan. After his arm made contact with the spear, he trembled and almost spasmed. He was in incomparable pain. He knew that things were bad. In this place, it was useless even if he had heaven-reaching cultivation. What exactly is this place? Welcome to the ancient desolate forbidden land. Today, I will slaughter a saint and send you on your way. Yifan said coldly. Chapter 1102. What? This is the ancient forbidden land. Behind him, Huatan's 3 disciples all cried out in alarm. Their faces lost all color and became completely pale. The surroundings were filled with lush vegetation and old medicines. However, it was completely silent. There were no cries of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if this was a land of death. The ancient trees towered into the sky and extended their branches. Through the swaying tree shadows, one could see the 9 sacred mountains not far from here. They possessed a demonic nature that devoured one's life force. No! One of Huatan's disciples cried out in fear. He knew that this time, it was most likely over. There was no way out. What kind of place was this? One could enter but not leave. During the archaic years, this forbidden land did not exist. It was formed during the ancient era. After the ancient race revived, they immediately understood the dangers of this place. Many ancient race experts had come here with the intention of obtaining the 9 Wonders' undying medicine, but in the end, they all died with grievances. Even saints failed. They barely managed to escape, but they lost an astonishing amount of lifespan in the process. And now, Yi Fan actually borrowed the great ancient emperor's chessboard formation to enter this place. Did he not want to live anymore? He wanted to take them down with him. Master, let's go. Now was not the time to fight with their lives on the line. The 3 disciples wished they could grow wings and escape in an instant. In this place, they had lost all of their magical power. Apart from their still powerful physique, they were no different from mortals. Their faces were pale and ugly to the extreme. Hua Tan's expression was gloomy. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. He did not want to waste any more time in this place because every moment was taking his life. Today, you can enter but not leave. Not a single one of you should even think about leaving. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. His physique was sturdy, and even without relying on his cultivation, he still possessed astonishing battle prowess. He turned into a faint golden figure and blocked the way. Whang! A spear pierced over, distorting the void. This was purely the power of the flesh. The dark golden spear tore apart the heaven and earth, emitting a black light. Hua Tan's expression changed. His strength was greatly restricted in this place. He had lost the magical power of a saint that could look down on the common people, so it was difficult for him to circulate his own cultivation. Hong! He activated it with great difficulty and barely managed to produce strands of radiance that wrapped around his fist. It emitted strands of divine might to block the spear. After the 2 of them collided, divine light splashed outwards, and sonorous sounds rang out. Their palms and fingers were comparable to silver essence, and their sparkling and translucent bodies contained the power to split open the heavens. Clang! Hua Tan's palm was sparkling and translucent. He avoided the sharp tip of the spear and struck the spear shaft from the side. Then, like a fish, he slid down the long black spear shaft and chopped towards Yi Fan's finger. He wanted to seize his weapon. Yi Fan stepped to the side, holding the spear in his left hand and blocking with his right fist. His fist fingers glowed with a golden luster, forcing Hua Tan to retreat. Then, he gripped the spear with both hands and used it as a big stick, striking horizontally. With a shrill cry, the airflow exploded and the void was compressed until it became blurry. Hua Tan quickly retreated. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. One of Hua Tan's disciples was swept by the black spear. His bones were broken, and his flesh and blood splashed out. His bones were thick, and his body flew out like a fallen leaf, losing his life. Green veins appeared on Hua Tan's forehead, and his whole body emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. However, he couldn't change anything. In this forbidden zone, it was difficult for him to shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. Yi Fan frowned slightly. As expected, cultivators who had obtained the position of saint had transcended the scope of humans. Even in the forbidden zone, they could still use part of their magic power. This couldn't be explained with common sense. What was this place? A life-forbidden zone. In the past few decades, ever since the 9 dragons carrying coffins smashed into the abyss and desolation slowly recovered, the forbidden zone had become more and more terrifying. Regardless of whether one was a mortal or a Dao Severer, no matter what their cultivation level was, once they entered, their cultivation would be cut off. He still clearly remembered that when the peerless emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty didn't have much life left, in order to prolong his life, he wore the golden battle armor of the ancient sages and carried a battle sword on his back as he charged into the forbidden zone. Not long after he entered, he directly turned into flying ashes. Only a set of golden divine clothes rushed out, leaving behind only a desolate scene. Saints transcended all living beings and couldn't be calculated with common sense. Hua Tan's cultivation hadn't completely dried up, and with his saint-level body, he still had the power to fight. Swoosh! Huatan rushed over like an arrow that had left the bow. Every second he was delayed meant that he would be in more danger. He didn't want to stay for even a moment and wanted to fight his way out. Yifan attacked with his spear. Every time he swung it, it could shatter the sky. Huatan's other two disciples were so shocked that they were no longer as arrogant as before. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, Huatan was a saint of his generation. Even if he couldn't use his magic power, he was still extremely experienced in battle. He took a step forward and attacked horizontally, avoiding the tip of the spear. At close range, he attacked Yifan's vital points. Yifan was calm and composed. On his body was a layer of stone armor, made with the skin of the divine origin stone as the material and refined with the 6 seals of the celestial prohibition technique, turning it into the heavenly origin divine robe. His every movement was incomparably calm. Even with the corrosion of time, he would definitely last longer than Huatan. The one who would fall first would definitely not be him. Clang! The dark golden spear in Yifan's hand stabbed out rays of divine light, not leaving Huatan's vital points. It left bloody marks on his body. The two of them fought fiercely. Huatan's palms and fingers were filled with divine light. His palms were transparent and bright, gushing out divine light. He wanted to forcefully shake out the saint power and destroy Yifan. This was a threat. The saint power was not dried up. Although it was only wisps, it was still very terrifying. Master, you must kill him. The other two did not dare to speak. They could only pray in secret. At the same time, they moved their feet and retreated into the distance, wanting to escape. Chi! Suddenly, a ray of black light shot over. The dark golden spear left Yifan's palm and flew over. One of Huatan's disciples spat out blood. He was pierced by the spear and flew hundreds of feet away. He was nailed to the ground. At the same time, Yifan left the battlefield. Like a pale golden Jiao dragon, he moved over and grabbed the spear again. Huatan's other disciple saw this and felt a chill from head to toe. He did not dare to take another step. This was a god of death. His fierce aura made his legs weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Moreover, he was rapidly aging. He was originally in his prime, but now he was covered in wrinkles. It would not be long before he died of old age. Master, save me! Huatan saw this and could not help but let out a long roar. He had already become a saint, but he was forced to this step by an ant in his eyes. He had killed 3 of his disciples in front of him. This was a great hatred and humiliation. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The two fought again. The dark golden spear and the fist resonated, interweaving like bolts of lightning. An ant cannot bite a dragon to death. I have become a saint. How can an ant like you bully me? Huatan's face was ashen. His killing intent was revealed, and the saint light overflowing from his palm became a little thicker. Yifan was fearless. He held the spear and fought. The dark golden spear flickered with a cold metallic luster. His body was slender and strong. His black hair fell to his waist. His eyes were clear and bright. His entire being was restrained, and there was a kind of transcendent temperament. Wang! The two of them exchanged blows again. Yifan's spear struck his shoulder. Huatan staggered, and a bloodstain appeared. He let out an angry roar. Heaven and earth, the Tao is natural. The great Tao of the universe appears. Suppress! Huatan roared angrily. Boom! He really borrowed a strand of the divine might of the great Tao. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. The divine might was faintly discernible, majestic and irresistible. However, it only lasted for a moment. The marks in the sky collapsed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. It could not be suppressed. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. He had already guessed this result. Otherwise, why would he choose this place as the battlefield? This was the only place that could suppress a saint. Princess Divine Silkworm is only a step away from becoming a great sage. She wears the ancient imperial battle robe that her race seizes the fortune of the world to barely protect herself. She can fly and fight against the desolate slaves. You are an existence that has just become a saint. Your Tao fruit has not been consolidated, and you don't even have a sacred weapon. Yet, you want to defy the heavens here. Yi Fan's merciless attacks became even faster. The dark golden spear in his hand turned into a black light, covering Hua Tan within. Ah! In the distance, Hua Tan's disciple screamed. His skin all loosened. He was originally an expert of his generation, but now he was about to die of old age. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran madly, rushing out of the forbidden ancient land. The white hair on his head scattered with the wind. He was incomparably miserable. To him, this was a demonic land. Yi Fan's spear struck horizontally, forcing Hua Tan back. He turned into a stream of light and chased after him. How dare you! Hua Tan was furious. He had already watched 3 of his disciples die in his hands. At this moment, his eyes were about to split open. He definitely could not allow such a thing to happen again. Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled. His blood energy was vigorous. As a saint physique, he had experienced the baptism of lightning many times. He had even rushed through the primal chaos lightning domain and tempered himself thousands of times. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained terrifying power, and his life energy was extremely powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he caught up in an instant. With a pu sound, his right hand descended and cut off this person's head. He held it in his hand, dripping with blood. For you. After stopping, he turned around and handed over a head dripping with blood to Hua Tan. Hua Tan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He let out a mournful roar like a wild beast. His chest was about to explode from anger. He clenched his teeth until they shattered, and the veins all over his body bulged. Bang! Yi Fan threw out the head. It streaked across the sky and landed in the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood. At this point, Hua Tan's 4 great disciples had all been killed. Hand over your life. Hua Tan went all out. He did not believe that as a saint of a generation, he could not kill a Tao executioner. His attacks became even more ferocious. Clang! Yi Fan held the long spear in his hand as if it was his own arm. Every strike was fatal. Dark golden divine radiance suddenly appeared, shattering the void. Every strike was fatal. Pooh! Hua Tan could not dodge in time, and a bloody hole was pierced through his shoulder. Blood splashed out as he flew forward. A single drop of a saint's blood could eliminate a powerful being. Even though Yi Fan's physique was powerful to this extent, he did not want it to touch his body even though he was fearless. He let out a light shout and twisted the black spear, almost lifting Hua Tan up. He swung the spear shaft and flung Hua Tan away, smashing him into a large limestone with a ping sound. Hua Tan was both shocked and furious, but he had no other choice. He could not kill this enemy with a single palm strike. His cultivation was nothing, but he could not display it all in this place. Meanwhile, his opponent had a saint physique of the human race. His physique was powerful, and his blood energy was exuberant beyond imagination. In terms of physique alone, he was not inferior to Hua Tan. This was almost inconceivable. He had not yet become a saint, but Yi Fan's physique had almost surpassed the limits of a human. His exuberant blood energy was as terrifying as the ocean. Kill! Hua Tan shouted loudly. He used all kinds of techniques, all of which were wonderful techniques for physical combat. They contained the truths of heaven and earth, and every move he made was filled with killing intent. However, what made him want to vomit blood was that in the field of close combat, he was actually inferior to the ant in his eyes. Yi Fan's attacks were simple and direct, and they were extremely effective. Bang! Yi Fan held the spear with both hands and swung it around. After exchanging hundreds and thousands of blows, it struck Hua Tan's back, sending him flying over 100 meters away. His spine was almost broken, and he was covered in blood. Chapter 1103. Hua Tan spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. The attack just now had sent him flying hundreds of meters away. His entire spine felt like it was broken, and he was exhausted. He chanted sutras as his joints crackled. He forcefully channeled his divine energy to heal his wounds. Waves of blood energy rose and his body shone brightly. In just an instant, he had used up hundreds of years of his lifespan. The price of using a secret healing technique in this forbidden area was too high. In this forbidden area, he could only use a little bit of his cultivation. If he wanted to truly heal his origin, the amount of blood essence consumed was far less than the amount consumed by the forbidden area. Holy physique of the human race, do you want to die together with me? Even if you injure me, you won't be able to live, Hua Tan said with a gloomy expression. You die, I live. There's nothing more to say. Surrender your head. Yi Fan began a new round of attacks. Time was of the essence, he couldn't waste any more time here. The dark golden spear drew out a black light and soared into the sky like a black dragon. It turned into a life form and pierced through all obstacles, aiming straight at Hua Tan's forehead. Ever since I became a saint, I have never experienced such humiliation. My disciples were killed one after another. If I can't use you as food, what face do I have left? Die, you ant! Hua Tan fought with everything he had. Dao sounds rang out in his body as he forcefully absorbed the holy power and channeled his cultivation. He didn't mind paying the price of a part of his life. However, the effect wasn't good. The forbidden area of life suppressed all laws and Dao marks and stripped away the cultivator's lifespan. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as white as paper. Clang! The spear in Yi Fan's hand was almost at his forehead. Hua Tan leaned to the side and avoided the sharpness. He forcefully spat out a beam of divine light. The heaven and earth collapsed, and Yi Fan retreated like a golden lightning bolt. After this battle, Hua Tan's expression became gloomy. Wrinkles crawled up his face. The power of the forbidden area had manifested, and even saints couldn't withstand it. At the same time, although Yi Fan was wearing the heavenly origin divine robe, his face gradually lost its luster. A few strands of white appeared in his black hair, and his life was slipping away. The two of them fought fiercely. Time was of the essence, and they both wanted to kill each other at their peak. One was a true saint, and the other had the saint physique of the human race. His physical body and bloodline power were both extremely powerful. Both of them did not have much cultivation experience, so they could not use their secret techniques. Occasionally, they could use their mana once or twice, but it was not enough to threaten their lives. Focus on close combat. Their speed was very fast. From the beginning until now, not even a quarter of an hour had passed. Not much time had passed, but all of their faces had some wrinkles. Kill. The two of them fought to the death, fighting with their lives on the line. Yi Fan used a dark golden spear to the acme of perfection, whipping Hua Tan 4 times and piercing his body twice. Scarlet spots, this was the blood of a saint. Blood seeped out of the corner of Hua Tan's mouth. His expression was cold. Although he did not say anything, his gaze was like a knife. He strove to kill his way out of the forbidden zone. Once he escaped, he would torture Yi Fan 10 times more. Human holy body, you better pray that I don't leave this place. Otherwise, you will understand. Hua Tan's expression was sinister because a new wound had appeared on his body. You won't have the chance. The spear in Yi Fan's hand was like a violent storm. It turned into a black light and drowned out everything in front of him. At this stage of the battle, there was no way he would let this person go. Yi Fan used the black spear to slash and stab forward at the same time. It was a spear, a knife, and a staff. There were all kinds of attacks. Hua Tan was covered in wounds. The most serious attack was almost pierced through his heart, causing blood to spurt out. Summon the ancestor, bestow the seal. Hua Tan shouted. As a saint, his life was threatened by Yi Fan. This was a disgrace to him, so he fought back with all his might. Between his eyebrows, traces of the Tao interweaved. He barely activated his secret technique, wanting to use a powerful attack. Boom! The blood energy in his body boiled, turning into strands of demonic patterns that appeared on the surface of his body. Blood flowed from all the pores on his body, condensing the power of heaven and earth and emitting strands of saintly might. Clang, clang, he barehandedly blocked the dark golden spear, his strength astonishing. He finally had the dignity of a saint, but his body was quickly aging. Even the space between the thumb and index finger of someone as powerful as Yi Fan split apart. The stone armor covering his body shattered inch by inch, falling onto the ground. His true body fell into the ancient desolate forbidden land, suffering the corrosion of time. I am a saint. I want to see what you are going to use to fight against me. Hua Tan shouted loudly. He pressed forward step by step, his attacks becoming more and more vicious. Unfortunately, he still couldn't display the secret technique. It only made his body release holy splendor, his flesh becoming several times stronger. How long can you last? Yi Fan stared at his wrinkled body and said coldly. If I can't do it, then you won't be able to stop Huang's power either. You will definitely fall here, turn into a pile of yellow earth. Hua Tan said coldly. He didn't believe that Yi Fan would truly take him down with him. After exchanging blows again, Hua Tan finally couldn't continue activating his blood energy. His entire body became dim, and his wrinkles deepened. His body staggered. From the start of the battle until now, he had lost at least 1,000 years of lifespan. In the distance, purple light flashed. Hua Tan was pleasantly surprised. He gave up on Yi Fan and quickly rushed over. There was a 20,000-year-old purple gold lotus on the ground. Its entire body was sparkling with purple light, and it was 2 feet tall. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Hua Tan grabbed it with a single motion, opening his mouth and devouring it fiercely. Right now, his essence energy consumption was severe. Rare ancient medicines could be seen on the ground from time to time, the best things to replenish one's life potential. Yi Fan didn't stop him. He calmly produced a jade bottle, pouring it into his mouth with gudong dong sounds. This was divine liquid obtained from the immortal ascension pool, and it had great effects in replenishing one's life essence energy. Hua Tan was shocked. When he saw this, he immediately threw himself over to seize the jade bottle. It was because if this continued, he would definitely exhaust him to death. Yi Fan put away the jade bottle and continued to fight a great battle against him. He was full of energy, his blood energy surging. His attacks became more and more ferocious. Pfft! Hua Tan was ruthless. He actually used his body to endure Yi Fan's spear attack, allowing it to pierce through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood at Yi Fan. Yi Fan forcefully shook his spear, and the dark golden spear pierced through Hua Tan's chest. It rushed out and didn't fall into the enemy's hands. He fell back. Although he had lost the dark golden spear, his expression was calm and didn't show any fear. His fists were glowing, and there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. That was his blood boiling. Kill. The two rushed together, fighting with their lives on the line. Their physical bodies clashed as they launched the final life and death struggle. After hundreds and thousands of exchanges, a golden figure and a purple light tangled together. Blood splashed out from time to time. Yifan had used his Tao-severing body to kill a Saint Realm ancient king. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the forbidden zone for life for half an hour. Yifan finally revealed a worried expression. He couldn't delay any longer. There was no time for a stalemate. From this moment on, his attacks became even sharper. His black hair was disheveled, and his golden fists flickered with the sound of thunder. It was as if bolts of lightning were interweaving as they struck Huatan's body. Blood gushed out, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. One of his arms had been twisted. His close combat skills couldn't compare to Yifan's battle saint technique. He was at a disadvantage, and his arm was broken. "Kill!" Yifan shouted. He slapped his palm hundreds and thousands of times, and then he pulled forcefully. Huatan's left arm was broken, and blood gushed out. The white bones were visible. "Ah!" Huatan cried out. He had never thought that there would be a day like this. He had clearly become a saint, but his arm had been broken by a Tao-severing expert, and he had suffered such a heavy injury. Yifan quickly retreated, avoiding the bloody impact. He broke off the saint's arm and threw it on the ground, dyeing the grass red. Huatan was like a wounded beast. His eyes were blood red. Although he had lost an arm, he was still extremely dangerous. He turned into a beam of purple light and pounced on Yifan. A battle of life and death had begun once again. Yifan calmed himself down, avoiding the sharpness and attacking where he was weak. His body was like a flood dragon, leaping and leaping. One moment, he was like a rock spreading its wings, and the next, he was like a true dragon emerging from the sea. His fists moved, and wind and thunder erupted. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It could be considered heaven-defying to be able to use pure physical strength to such a level in the forbidden ancient land. Bang! Yifan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed. There was no golden light splashing out, but the invincible fist intent was contained within. It struck Huatan's sternum, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. His entire chest caved in, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was hopeless. Huatan knew that he was in danger and that it would be difficult to reverse the situation. "I am an ancient saint. You want to kill a saint and become famous under the heavens? Impossible. I won't let you do as you wish. At the very least, I will drag you to death with me." Huatan roared. He could imagine what kind of great waves would be created once Yifan slaughtered him. His name would certainly go down in the history of cultivation. Meanwhile, as the loser, he would highlight this child's battle achievements. He would also be recorded in the annals of history and become a pitiful foil. One would shake the past and the present, while the other would become a stepping stone. As a negative example, just thinking about it made his blood energy unstable and his body about to explode. Chi! Light flashed between his brows. He was actually about to forcefully use his powerful divine sense. A small purple person was about to rush out of his frontal bone. "Ah!" Huatan screamed miserably. As soon as his primordial spirit appeared, cracks appeared one after another. The small purple person screamed miserably, but it still flew towards Yifan. This was perhaps the only method he could use to kill Yifan. Yifan was very straightforward. He took out a wooden stick from behind his back that was like a sword and a mace. It was simple and unadorned. He held it with both hands and immediately hacked at his primordial spirit. Pfft! The small purple person couldn't dodge and was immediately smashed into pieces. He let out a miserable cry as his entire body broke apart and rushed back into his frontal bone. How could Yi Fan let go of such an opportunity? With the deity striking whip in his hand, he arrived in front of Hua Tan with a single step. With a pft, the whip landed on his frontal bone, almost shattering his skull and creating large cracks. It had to be said that the physical body of a saint was truly sturdy. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since turned into flying ashes. Hua Tan suffered serious injuries. His body staggered and he quickly retreated. However, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist arrived again and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Moreover, he was caught up before he could land. Pfft. Yi Fan grabbed his remaining right arm and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the bone broke and blood gushed out. Hua Tan had completely lost the chance to turn the situation around, and his right arm was also torn off. Slaughter a saint. It was about to happen, and no one could stop it. Yi Fan threw away the bloody arm and swung his right leg. He spun high up and then kicked out with force. Pfft. Hua Tan screamed miserably. His spine was fractured, and the upper half of his body was almost rotten. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He flew hundreds of meters away and couldn't move at all. Huang's power surged. His flesh and blood withered, and he could no longer resist or struggle. Yi Fan picked up the dark golden spear and with a pft, pierced through his body and lifted him up. Meanwhile, his left hand held the deity striking whip and struck at his frontal bone. Bang! Blood rained down. Hua Tan's primordial spirit was shaken out, and a large half of it was immediately shaved off. The little purple person in the forbidden ancient land lost the protection of its physical body and almost immediately dried up and died. Slaughter a saint today. Yi Fan said coldly. This place couldn't stay for long. He carried Hua Tan and quickly rushed out of the forbidden land. During this process, he destroyed the vitality of his physical body and obliterated his primordial spirit, fearing that he would suffer a backlash. Before long, the edge of the forbidden land was already in sight. Yi Fan stopped, and the dark golden spear in his right hand shook. Hua Tan's body was immediately covered in dense cracks. As for his primordial spirit, that little purple person was also almost obliterated by the deity striking whip. Only a weak beam of light was left. Hua Tan smiled bitterly. His cultivation of a lifetime was completely destroyed. Even if he could escape, he was finished. His primordial spirit was the most precious, but it was almost obliterated. Now, it was only the size of a bean. Human saint physique, do you really think you can slaughter a saint? Die with me. At this moment, he completely let go. He was going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? His primordial spirit merged back into his physical body. His entire body was glowing, and he was actually going to disintegrate. He was going to use the flesh and blood of a saint to burn and grind Yi Fan to death. At this moment, Yi Fan only had a few actions. He threw the dark golden spear out, threw the deity striking whip out of the forbidden ancient land, and didn't hesitate to cut open his own body to take out the myriad chi cauldron and throw it out of the forbidden land. Then, without hesitation, he attacked Hua Tan. Golden blood flowed all over his body, and his fists emitted a dazzling light. Boom! He blasted Hua Tan's body with one punch, allowing the saint's blood to splatter on his body. His body also suffered terrible injuries because of this, but he didn't care. It's useless. Today, you will accompany me to death, and turn into ashes with me. Hua Tan laughed crazily. The flame of his primordial spirit was about to be extinguished, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to death with him. Kill! Yi Fan roared. With one roar, the mountains and rivers moved, and the entire divine body was filled with saint blood. He punched out again and again, causing Hua Tan to disintegrate. Golden lightning interweaved between his fists. This was a kind of tyrannical power, and it had crushed a saint alive. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and there were white bones stained with traces of blood everywhere. So what? You can't change the ending. I will drag you to death with me. All the flesh and blood were wriggling, emitting a terrifying power. They burned fiercely, drowning Yifan. Yifan's expression was cold. Slaughtering a saint was right in front of him. Even though danger was approaching, he was still incomparably calm at this moment. He only spat out 2 words, lamentable. I am lamentable, but you aren't much better. This is the sacred flame of life and death. Even if you escape from the forbidden ancient land, it will still burn your body and spirit. Die together. Hua Tan screamed crazily. Lamentable, you still don't understand even now. Go die yourself. Yifan punched out. Golden lightning interweaved, causing all the flesh and blood to burn even more intensely, rushing in all directions. At this moment, Yifan's hair was white like snow, and his appearance was old. He stood in the forbidden ancient land, allowing the corrosion of time and the sacred flame to coil around him. He stood alone in the world of mortals, his expression peaceful and calm. His body was slowly fading. You! What's going on? Hua Tan finally discovered the abnormality. He was both shocked and angry as he shouted loudly. 1 chi into 3 pure ones, equivalent to a true body. Why would I accompany you into a dangerous place? Yifan's figure faded. His expression was indifferent and incomparably peaceful. That is. Hua Tan roared angrily as he looked into the distance. Outside the forbidden ancient land, another Yifan stood calmly. He put away the myriad chi cauldron, the deity striking whip, and the dark golden spear. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood alone in the world of mortals. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep as he looked over here quietly. Ah! I can't accept this. Hua Tan screamed. He wanted to go crazy, but he was powerless to reverse the situation. Chapter 1104. How hateful, Hua Tan was unwilling to give up. He let out a mournful howl like a wild beast, but he couldn't change anything. In the end, he couldn't escape death. A cool breeze blew past, and the ancient trees in the forbidden zone swayed. Ashes flew up. Hua Tan had been burned to ashes by his own destructive holy light, and the ashes scattered with the wind. In the distance, Yifan watched everything quietly. His purple robe fluttered, and his expression was calm. After a long time, a sound came from behind him. Duanda and the others had arrived. Ha! A saint was slaughtered. This time, it's completely heaven-defying. Longma laughed wildly. The hooves of his horse galloped, and flames flickered. He had almost mistakenly entered the forbidden zone. Yifan wasn't too excited. He saw the gap between himself and a saint. The difference between the two couldn't be measured. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no hope of winning in the forbidden zone of life. The difference is too great. As a saint, he is unfathomably strong. Even though he was lured into the forbidden zone, he still managed to kill Yifan's other body, the Black Emperor said with a solemn expression. That was equivalent to another Yifan with flesh and blood. There was no difference between the two. He died in the forbidden zone, indicating that if Yifan's real body entered, he would have perished together with Hua Tan. In today's world, if you want to have the capital to settle down, you must become a saint. Otherwise, things will become even more complicated when the ancient sages from the outer realms come. The world will definitely be in chaos, Duanda said. Becoming a saint. An invisible pressure appeared in Yifan's heart. This was just an existence that had just become a saint. How terrifying would a true ancient saint be? And what kind of terrifying cultivation would the few great sages who stood at the peak of the entire ancient planet have? Just thinking about this question would make one shiver from head to toe. Hua Tan left something behind, Yi Tong said. Yi Fan had already seen it, but it was not suitable for him to go in now. Using the 1 qi turning 3 pure ones required time, and it couldn't be used continuously. When the red sun set in the west, a wisp of clear air appeared above Yi Fan's head, and another version of himself was born. He walked in, and this time it was a flesh body. He arrived at the place where Hua Tan died. Under the ashes of the calamity, there were a few pieces of sacred bones covered in cracks, and there was also a palm-sized jade stone. After taking it out, Duanda pursed his lips and said, "Its bones are all rotten. It can't be compared to a saint king. It can't even be used to forge weapons." The Black Emperor praised the jade, saying that it was a secret treasure that came from the hands of the great sage. Even though it wasn't some weapon, it had wondrous uses. Everyone frowned. It was just as they had expected. There was a great sage behind Hua Tan after all. This made them feel worried. "It's fine. Wear these things on your body and you'll be safe." The Black Emperor distributed a string of pendants to the few of them. It was carved from the divine tree branch of enlightenment and contained the heaven-deceiving array marks. "This secret treasure can be placed in the green cauldron. After the great sage's aura is removed, I will study it," the Black Emperor said. The group of people left the Forbidden Land. They hadn't gone far when they felt the mountains shake. A whistling sound came from the Forbidden Land of the ancient desolate era. Hong! Desolate's power surged out of the Forbidden Land and pervaded the mountains. Many birds and beasts directly turned into withered bones, making the few of them feel their hair stand on end. "Let's go, something shocking is happening here." They quickly retreated and rose into the sky. They revealed shocked expressions as they watched from afar. The 9 sacred mountains surged with multicolored mist. All kinds of mist lingered about, making it look hazy. It was very different from before. A few desolate slaves have appeared above the abyss. They all opened their heavenly eyes and could see 1,000 li away. They saw a few figures, all of them dressed in ancient clothes. They all had terrifying origins. One of them was a woman with peerless beauty. She was the heavenly jade holy lady from 6,000 years ago, the #1 beauty of the eastern desolate land. Now, she had become a walking corpse, her eyes without luster. Not a single one of them is ordinary. They are all incredible existences. Duanda narrowed his eyes. His emotions were somewhat strange. He stared at a white-haired old man. This person wore an ancient Taoist robe. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair was white like snow. His eyes were lead gray. Who knows, this is ancient sage Xiaofeng. He had an audience with the Azure Emperor several times. His cultivation is great, but he is a slave here, Duanda said calmly. Since ancient times, the peerless experts who had reached the end of their lives would almost always make the same choice in their later years. They would enter the 7 great forbidden lands and search for immortal divine medicines in order to live a second life. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. Several figures appeared above the abyss, but they could only recognize 2 people. One was more powerful than the other. The others were dressed in ancient clothes, and it was impossible to distinguish them. It was unknown which era they belonged to. Voila! The sound of iron chains rang out. Even though they were so far away, they could still hear it clearly. A wave of black mist surged out, and a figure stood in the void. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. Azure light flickered, and it was astonishing. The heavenly eyes were ineffective. Yi Fan and the others could not see through the black mist. They could not see the figure's body. That place was mysterious. Boom! The entire ancient forbidden land was trembling. The black mist surged violently, almost reaching the edge of the forbidden land. The sound of iron chains rang out continuously, as if it was right next to their ears. What is going on? What is going to happen? The large black dog's black fur stood on end, and he bared his teeth. He felt waves of unease. Could it be that he is going to come out? Yitong possessed the sun god's body, but he also felt a chill throughout his body. He sensed a special aura. It was said that the path of immortal ascension was going to open in the southern region, and the ancient sage said that it might appear in the ancient forbidden land. The ancient sages had just descended, and they chose this place. Was this really going to happen? Voila! The iron chain swayed, and the sound of metal rubbing against each other was extremely ear-piercing. It was as if there were many metal chains that were stretched taut, and they were going to snap at any moment. Is he, the real desolation? Could it be that he is going to break free and leave the ancient forbidden land? The people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was true, there would definitely be great chaos. Black Emperor, did this forbidden land already exist in Wusher's era? Yi Fan asked. It should have existed for a long time. The Black Emperor stared at the 9 sacred mountains. Black mist surged there, covering the sun, moon, and stars. Did Great Emperor Wusher ever say what kind of place this is? Did he ever come here to fight? Didn't I tell you guys long ago? I really don't know about this kind of question. When I followed Great Emperor Wusher, he was already in his later years and went into seclusion. It is impossible for me to know all the great things he has done, the Black Emperor said. However, his eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he said, "It seems that this place is very special." When the Great Emperor passed by the southern region in his later years, he once said something to himself, but I didn't hear it clearly. Think carefully, Duanda said, his eyes narrowing into slits. He said something about not becoming a celestial. I seem to recall these 3 words. Back then, when I asked him about it, he only shook his head, and didn't say much, the Black Emperor said. Voila! The sound of the chains became even louder, shaking their eardrums until they felt pain. All kinds of metallic cold light flickered in the black mist, incomparably dazzling. That is, divine gold. The desolate slaves all retreated, standing on the 9 sacred mountains. Above the abyss in the center, a figure stood alone, pulling many divine chains straight. Scarlet multicolored light flickered, and the cries of phoenixes shook the 9 heavens. That was a divine chain forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. Divine marks of the great Tao appeared, and it could extend endlessly, locking this person's body. Purple light was dazzling, and an expanse of purple mist surged. The divine marks of the purple gold chain trembled, extending from the abyss and locking this person down. He was struggling violently. Green light flickered, and immortal multicolored light pervaded the air. It was as if there were streaks of tears flickering. This was a divine chain forged from immortal tears and green gold. It was sparkling and brilliant, as if the tears of immortals were flowing down. This is... When he saw this scene, even Duanda was a bit stupefied. There were 4 or 5 divine chains that intertwined with each other, winding around this person's body, trapping him in the abyss. They were all unmatched divine gold, materials used to forge extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Not even great ancient emperors might be able to find them, yet they were used to bind a person. Just how terrifying was this? What exactly is going on? Just what kind of cultivation realm has this person reached? Who was it that locked him up here? What kind of background does he have? The so-called desolate might be a prisoner, locked up by someone with extreme Tao divine gold, unable to break free from this place. It was hard for others to understand who had such heaven-reaching magical power. Hong Long. The 9 sacred mountains were trembling, shaking intensely. That figure was struggling, and the Tao marks on the extreme Tao divine gold chain seemed like they were going to shatter. He might struggle free at any time. Black mist surged, and all types of divine gold radiance flickered about. From time to time, one could see the dazzling metallic luster. Only that body couldn't be seen through the entire time, unable to be seen clearly. Why is it like this? Why does he suddenly want to leave the ancient desolate forbidden land? The few of them were shocked, but at the same time, they were puzzled. Could it be that your great battle with Huatan just now angered him? Longma's eyes rolled. The Black Emperor and Duanda also looked over, both of them staring at Yi Fan, as if they were looking at the culprit, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Of the 7 great life-restricted areas, only this place had an unmatched existence that might appear in the world today. If it was true, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Let's go, let's leave this place first. No wonder the 2 sages from outside this region retreated. Perhaps they saw that something was wrong. Yi Fan said. There was no need to keep an eye on them here. Otherwise, if Desolate came out, wherever he went, the creatures would definitely wither up and become a land of death. Something unexpected would happen to them. The realm gate opened, and their group decisively left. The iron chains behind them resounded through the heavens, and the black clouds that stretched for hundreds of li had nothing to do with them. Huatan's soul lamp has been extinguished, he's dead. That day, the ancient race that Huatan was in revealed this piece of news. A saint had fallen. Who was it that killed Huatan? During these past few days, he had always been chasing after Yi Fan. Could it be that the human race's ancient saint couldn't stand it any longer and took action against him? It's definitely the human race's ancient saint, or else who could kill Huatan? Someone as powerful as Yi Fan is still at the Tao's severing realm, there's no way he can defy the heavens. When news got out, it triggered a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, because this might very well trigger great chaos. After all, it involved a confrontation between saints. However, soon after, a secret rumor leaked out. It was Yi Fan who killed Huatan. The ancient race had someone proficient in divination who deduced this result. Hua! The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was stupefied. How could they believe this type of reality? Was the ancient race trying to find an excuse to take action against the human race's divine body? No one believed this. Yi Fan killed a saint. This was too preposterous. Even if he was an imperial prince, even if he had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to have this kind of battle prowess. It's true. Huatan really was killed by the human race's divine body. The moment his soul lamp was extinguished, the final scene was reflected. It was Yi Fan who destroyed his divine body. Many people from the ancient race didn't believe it at first, but after going to Huatan's clan to verify it, they received conclusive evidence. They were all dumbfounded. When this news spread out, people couldn't help but believe it. The entire world was shocked, and the entire world was in an uproar. Yi Fan killed a saint. This was truly heaven-defying. Yi Fan killed a saint. This is enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. He can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ruthless, comparable to the young Wu Shi, and comparable to the Azure Emperor. With this kind of battle prowess, once he becomes a saint, who can contend against him? The entire world was shocked. Yi Fan had returned, and with his glorious accomplishment of killing a saint, he had rung the great bell of the mortal world. Great waves swept through the world. Huatan has finally become a saint, but he will be recorded in the annals of history as a negative example. He will become a foil to the human race's glorious battle. This is a battle that will shake the history of cultivation. 3 immortals killed a saint. There have only been a few examples since ancient times. The universe has been reversed. The entire world was discussing this, but they didn't know that the forbidden ancient land in the southern region was cracking. An even more terrifying event was about to happen. Chapter 1105. Slaughtering a Saint. It was a dreamy and revered phrase. Now, it really happened. The storm swept through the world and spread to every corner. Some people were happy while others were worried. Everyone had different reactions. After disappearing for over 10 years, Yifan actually did such a great thing after returning. It truly caused a huge uproar. The human race's saint physique has matured. Once he becomes a saint, who can stop him? We should destroy him while he's still in the bud and not let him grow. Someone from the ancient races said in a low voice. Yifan's performance made them deeply worried. This kind of glorious battle record left them dumbfounded. How could they resist him in the future? How could they suppress him? Comparable to ruthless people, comparable to the young Wu Shi, comparable to the Qing Emperor. A dazzling pearl shining with immortal light, able to illuminate the mountains and rivers. Those who were biased towards Yifan exclaimed and praised him from the bottom of their hearts. They were full of expectations for his future. It was very likely that he would become an immortal legend. A cool breeze blew past. The leaves danced in the wind, carrying with them the freshness of the earth and the fragrance of the flowers and plants in the mountains. Yifan stood on a mountain peak and gazed into the distance. Although he was far away from the forbidden ancient land, he still felt uneasy in his heart. He always felt that something terrifying was about to happen. He kept looking in that direction. Master, let's go. There's no need to look anymore. In any case, we can't change anything, Yi Tong said. Yifan nodded. The group left this place and flew into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. That day, they entered many places in the southern region. The streets and alleys, the inns, the tea houses, as long as there were cultivators, they would all be talking about the matter of Yifan slaughtering a saint. This was like a hurricane that swept through the eastern wasteland, the central plains, the southern mountains, and the western desert. This battle shocked the world. When the Void Emperor was young, he was nothing more than this. Within the Ji clan, a middle-aged man muttered to himself. He sat in the majestic palace. His skin was bronze, and his eyes were like lightning. He had a dignified aura. This was Ji Haoyue's father. He gazed into the sky and thought of his son and daughter. If they were still by his side, how far would they have grown? His daughter had interacted with Yifan. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter what he said. He didn't know if his son and daughter would return. Central Province, within the Yin-Yang sect, a group of people were all silent. After 14 years, this person had returned again, making them feel extremely uneasy. In the western desert, when Miaoyi heard this news, her eyes lit up and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Is it really possible to be undefeatable in this world, to be able to break through all obstacles with a pair of fists? In the center of the eastern wasteland, there was an old man with white hair draped over his shoulders. He was tall but couldn't straighten his body. His eyes were dim and lifeless. He looked into the distance and said, "My Peng, I could have fought against him in the past, but he died young. He died in the heaven pass set up by the great sage of the Peng race." With a desolate sigh, he seemed to have aged 500 years in an instant. His eyes became even dimmer, and turbid tears flowed down, streaking across his wrinkled face. It was the golden-winged old rock king. He was once a demon king, but now he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. His golden hair had turned snow-white without any luster. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. He stood up from an old tea-house and staggered. He looked at a young man on the street, and his golden eyes shot out two beams of light. His temperament is very similar to my Peng Er's, silent and stubborn. In front of him, a young man was covered in blood. It was clear that he had just gone through a fierce battle. His face was full of determination. "Young man, what is your name?" The old rock king went over to greet him. "Long Yuxuan," the young man replied. The old rock king trembled and stretched out a rough hand. "In the end, it was quickly blocked by Long Yuxuan. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes. Good, really similar. I don't believe that no one can pass the heaven pass set up by the great sage of the Ping race. I will fulfill my final wish and charge in. In the center of the eastern wasteland, when the wind phoenix heard that Yi Fan had killed a saint, her five-colored mask shone brilliantly. Strands of immortal splendor surrounded her body, making her slender and beautiful body even more alluring. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, he actually killed a saint. Outside the window, rain fell on the banana leaves, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Hee hee. A wave of bone-chilling cold laughter transmitted from a small world. If someone heard this, they would definitely be terrified. This was the aura of the ancient saint of the killing Tao. This was an ancient divine palace. The carpet was actually the divine skin of a saint, and the ancient palace was actually piled up from the skulls of various kings. It looked snow-white and sparkling. It was cold and eerie, as if they had arrived at the Nine Hells underworld. In the northern region, the Jade Lake Saintess' eyes swirled. She was sitting under the immortal peach tree, facing a sparkling stone king. After hearing the news, she became absent-minded. Big brother, where are you going? In the Fire Qilin cave, blue light flickered. The graceful and elegant Fire Qilin spoke. Purple flames leaped about in the ancient cave. The Qilin lay down, and the fragrance of ancient medicine wafted through the air. It really is him. I want to take a look and see if he really is powerful to this level. Killing a saint on the sixth small step of the Immortal Three is just too unreal. The Fire Qilin said. His body was tall and sturdy, and his blue hair scattered about. On Blood Phoenix Mountain, an ancient prince whose true body was covered by Tao marks stood up. Is he really that powerful? I don't believe it. I want to fight against him. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, a tall and slender woman dressed in purple golden battle clothes gazed at the ancient coffin in the primal chaos dragon nest. She then suddenly turned around. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful. Her purple eyes were sparkling, and her body was dazzling. He really killed a saint. Central Continent, Odd Scholar Manor. An old man sat in a small wine shop, pouring himself a cup and drinking by himself. His old eyes looked blurry, but not a single person dared to approach. Business was bleak. Ever since they found out that this was the old manor lord, none of the disciples dared to breathe loudly when they passed by. Woo, I really am looking forward to the most powerful trial in the starry skies. The human race's holy body is truly formidable. Can it kill a saint? However, I am even more looking forward to the appearance of another type of physique. When can an innate holy body Tao core be born? Who will be the most powerful in history? In all Cade Old Lands, immortal multicolored light rushed into the heavens. During these past few days, the battle in the heavenly crater was intense. Noises rang out incessantly. Ancient saints took action together, bombarding the bronze immortal palace to forcefully open it. However, this immortal palace seemed to be an immortal artifact that could defend against the attacks of extreme Tao ancient imperial weapons. Even now, it didn't suffer any damage. It even swallowed two ancient saints inside, their fates unknown. Great Sage Hunchuo, Golden King, and Great Sage Qianluan, these three archaic giants had previously witnessed Emperor Fighting's unmatched might. He swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, yet now, they couldn't open the bronze palace. This bronze palace suppressed the entrance of the primal chaos immortal earth. If they didn't move it, then there was no way to enter the tomb of the great ancient emperors. We might have to fight a great battle. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Qianluan nodded. The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell shook, releasing Walala sounds. It turned into a purple-colored true dragon that flourished with brilliance. The world was split open, primal chaos surging. Above the abyss, Guy Juyo frowned and said, "They didn't truly activate the ancient imperial weapons," feeling some misgivings, fearing that the immortal palace has an ancient great emperor's killing formation. Now, it seems like they are going to act for real. Who knows, they might really be able to open it. On the other side, the golden sword breaker turned into a streak of eternal immortal light, illuminating the heavens. It drew out a radiance that dazzled endless time. The ancient emperor's aura revived, and then it surged. In this place, it was as if an ancient emperor was awakening. They wanted to forcefully hack open the immortal palace, not wishing to waste any more time. Everyone's expression became serious. It was because the immortal palace was provoked. The immortal character in the palace became increasingly fierce, dripping with blood. The scriptures that were chanted made the entire world tremble, all life horrified. Hack it apart. There are definitely secrets related to immortals inside. Great Sage Hunchuo said, his eyes flourishing with radiance. Hong Long. Heaven and earth were overturned. The archaic emperor was reborn. The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell and golden sword breaker released undying divine radiance, striking towards the bronze immortal palace. Southern region, ancient desolate restricted land. The sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. At first, the sound traveled several hundred li, then it became several thousand, ultimately reaching over 10,000 li. All creatures in this region knelt down in worship. A figure towered in the void above the abyss, firmly bound by 4 immortal chains forged from divine gold. It was forcefully struggling, and the 9 sacred mountains were actually about to leave the ground, about to be uprooted from the earth. This was undoubtedly horrifying. The silence of endless time was broken at daybreak today. The aura of an ancient great emperor overflowed, cutting apart the 3 realms and 6 Tao, tearing apart the past, present, and future. At this moment, a light shout sounded from the ancient desolate restricted land. It was like the shout of an immortal, making the void collapse inch by inch, blasting the boundless heavenly dome into primal chaos. Nothing existed anymore. Then, an extremely ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. The phoenix blood scarlet gold, divine mark purple gold, immortal tear green gold, and eternal blue gold, the 4 divine chains all broke apart. An indistinct figure soared into the sky. A light roar sounded. Endless time seemed to have been thrown into disorder, as if it was going to flow in reverse. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li the entire southern region was in. Everyone trembled, trembling with fear. All life knelt down. A moment later, this feeling disappeared. All life felt as if they were in a great dream, none of them knowing what happened. On top of the 9 sacred mountains, a tall and slender figure stood in the clouds. His hair fluttered about. When he glanced back, it was as if tens of thousands of years had passed. The great Tao of heaven and earth trembled, collapsing because of him. Unfortunately, this type of stunning gaze only lasted for a moment before turning into indifference. It was submerged within the black mist, making it impossible to see if he was male or female. For divine chains, 1 scarlet multicolored light fluttered about, 1 surged with purple energy, and 1 flickered with green light. They respectively wrapped around his 4 limbs, imprisoning him here for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. However, his body never aged, and he couldn't feel the passage of time. This could be considered a type of miracle. He gazed into the distance, and then he tore with his bare hands. A beam of immortal light rushed up, splitting open the void. He took a step inside, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of li he had traveled in an instant. Almost in the next quarter of an hour, she appeared in the Alcade ancient land. She didn't travel with the help of the realm gate, but purely with her physical body. The distance she traveled in an instant was measured in units of tens of thousands of li. Swoosh! Guy Jiuyo, Wei Yi, and Divine King Jiang all retreated thousands of li. They opened their heavenly eyes and looked at the natural crater in disbelief. They were all moved. Huang, it's her, she has come into being. Wei Yi's lips were trembling, and his face was full of sadness. His heart was bitter, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Old tears fell. A tall and slender figure, the same throughout the ages, stood on top of the natural crater. In the 100,000 great mountains, countless vicious birds and ferocious beasts were instantly turned into white bones. The power of life flowed towards this place, gathering into that person's body. Her eyes were so cold that even ancient saints would tremble when they saw them. A single glance could last for tens of thousands of years. Being stared at by her eyes would cause the passage of time to flow with immortal force. Even peerless geniuses would turn into white bones. Chapter 1106. Mountains crumbled, seas dried up. In an instant, the world changed into mulberry fields. Wisps of mist drifted about. A slender figure stood in the mist, towering above the abyss, overlooking the bronze immortal palace and the primal chaos immortal earth. She had condensed the power of time. Even someone as powerful as Guy Jiuyo and the white-robed divine king could only retreat and watch from the distance, not daring to rashly approach. The 100,000 mountains were quiet. Life energy turned into small rivers, sparkling and translucent, flowing towards her body. The fluctuations of life surrounded her. This was a person that even ancient saints had to revere. Her eyes flickered, and reincarnation collapsed. Even heavenly geniuses were about to become withered bones. She didn't move, but just her appearance alone made people want to kneel and kowtow. And those who had this kind of feeling were all ancient saints. Who is it? The ancient race experts in the natural crater were naturally shocked. They all looked up. Above the abyss, the mist stirred. A pair of cold eyes gazed down, penetrating the void. Every single saint-level ancient king felt a great pressure, their skin and bones going cold. Below, some ancient saints felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but retreat. The life energy within their bodies leaked out, and their primordial spirits grew dim. It was as if they had aged several decades. What happened? Stop her. Our life force is flowing towards her. In the natural crater, the ancient race saints were shocked. Their bodies overflowed with essence energy, and every pore was shining. Their essence energy was decreasing sharply. This was something that had never happened before. Kill your way up. Even if the great sage came, he wouldn't dare to treat them like this. What kind of people were they? All races feared them, the four seas respected them. There was no one who didn't bow down. Xiao! A jade-green arrow shot out. It was less than a meter long, but the trail of light it left behind was brilliant. It was like a comet that illuminated the entire sky. Ripples spread out, and streaks of lightning like cracks appeared in the void. The trajectories were twisted and irregular. Pop! This was an ancient saint's full-powered attack, but it couldn't pose any threat to Huang. This sacred arrow stopped 10 zhang away from him, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into powder with a chi sound. Who exactly is this person? Why is he targeting us? When did we make such a great enemy? The group of ancient kings were all uneasy. This was too powerful. Was this a quasi-emperor? Great sage Hun Tuo and Golden King's faces were dignified. Each and every one of them had their emotions fluctuating up and down as monstrous waves surged in their hearts. Based on their intuition, they knew that this person was absolutely stronger than them. Go up. The great sage of Qianluan said. He ordered an ancient saint to charge forward and kill his way out of the natural pit. The pressure underground was too great. Boom! This person rushed up, but as soon as he reached the entrance of the abyss, black mist surged, sweeping over. His entire body immediately trembled intensely, his flesh quickly withering. His entire body aged 1,000 years, losing large amounts of life force. His face was snow white, and his heart was filled with terror. He was sent flying backwards. The loss of 1,000 years of life essence was unbearable. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of him as he fell. That's too scary. His lips trembled as he fell to the ground. This was far more unbearable than a battle of life and death. Above, the mist lingered. That slender figure became even more unreachable as if he was standing in the 9 heavens. His eyes moved about, causing people to feel intimidated. The mist surged, submerging the entire natural pit. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, heavy and leaden. Even someone as powerful as an ancient saint felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. Regardless of whether it was the past or the present, if one were to ask about the master of this world, it would undoubtedly be the ancient sages. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it took for an ancient emperor or a great emperor to be born. Only the ancient saints would often appear and rule this world. Yet today, they were actually suppressed. The several great sages all felt horrified. Is it an existence that is only half a step away from confirming the Tao, or has a great emperor of the human race been resurrected? Even the Golden King's voice was unnatural and contained a trace of fear. He, the great sage Hun Tuo, and the great sage of Qianluan had all experienced the era of the Emperor of Fighting. They had personally witnessed the might of the ancient emperor and truly knew how terrifying it was. It was unrivaled throughout the ages and no one could resist it. The person before them didn't have the aura of an emperor, but why was his temperament similarly terrifying? It was as if a great emperor was hibernating and sleeping within his body. She is very strange. What realm has she reached exactly? The ancient race kings were all suspicious. Let's go up first. At this time, even the great sage Hun Tuo couldn't remain calm. Ding-ling-ling. A string of purple bells vibrated. The great sage of Qianluan rose up. His body was covered in purple qi, and his sturdy body was protected by an extreme ancient imperial weapon. Each of the 10,000 dragon bells was sparkling and translucent like purple agate. When strung together, they formed a true dragon that shattered the sky, and the demonic sound was ear-splitting. Go up. The Golden King's eyes also narrowed. He took out his race's ancient imperial weapon and held it in front of him to protect everyone. The ancient saint who shot the jade arrow just now continuously drew his bow and shot out hundreds of arrows. Although they weren't holy weapons, they were still the arrows of a sage. They were extremely powerful and opened up a path in front of them, cutting open the black mist. However, this was completely ineffective. The black mist devoured everything, and all of the arrow's essence energy was stripped away. They released popping sounds like bubbles, and then they turned into ashes. Huang stood above, her eyes shining with endless light. She had the power to strip away one's life force. She finally moved, reaching out a hand and grabbing forward. This was a hand that was spotlessly white like jade. Even though it was surrounded by black mist, one could still see the sparkling radiance. It was far away, and it was useless no matter how that ancient saint tried to flee. She instantly grabbed him. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. This ancient saint struggled intensely, but he couldn't struggle free. His pitch-black hair quickly became snow-white, and his skin that was flickering with luster even more so quickly dried up, becoming covered in wrinkles. He aged in an instant. This is the power of time. Hurry and stop him. An ancient saint cried out in alarm, producing a weapon and attacking forward. However, it was already too late. Between the spotlessly white jade-like palm and fingers, that ancient saint's life force dried up, and his primordial spirit flame went out. His entire body turned into ashes. What is she? She doesn't seem like a creature at all. Is she the tangible embodiment of time, or the representative of death? There wasn't a single person here who didn't shiver inwardly, especially the two ancient saints who took action, feeling even more uneasy. They operated their Tao skills, wishing to summon back the pagoda and heaven-gathering umbrella that flew out. Pooh! The jade-like hand slapped down, simple and direct. The 33-layered ancient pagoda was smashed into dust, and the 100-jong-tall heaven-gathering umbrella turned into ashes. There was nothing left of the holy artifact. Ah! At the same time, the two ancient saints cried out loudly. It was because the sparkling jade-like fingers swept over towards them. Even though the trajectory was graceful, the movements graceful, they were fatal. Great Sage, save us! The two ancient saints cried out loudly, calling for help from Golden King, Qianluan, and the others. They also displayed wondrous techniques themselves, doing everything they could to attack. Tao traces were endless, forming a net of light. Pop! Huang's power exceeded the imaginations of the people of this world. Tao traces shattered, divine light devoured by the black mist. This jade-like hand covered them. There were no wondrous techniques, only mist swirling about. These two people's blood energy dried up, white hair scattered about, teeth loose, bodies withered, only white bones left. However, they quickly turned into bone powder, scattering into the natural crater. Can Quasi-Emperor do this? In the distance, the white-clothed divine king asked Gai Jiuyo. His eyes flickered with astonishing brilliance as he watched everything unfold. He can do it, but... Gai Jiuyo's essence energy reached the peak. His sickly expression was swept away, and like an unsheathed divine sword, his eyes resplendent as he stared rigidly at Huang. In the natural crater, the group of ancient saints all felt their scalps go numb. They were the rulers of this world, yet today, they encountered an existence that exceeded their understanding, one that seriously threatened their lives. Ancient Emperor Revival, suppress. Golden King released a light shout. The golden sword breaker in his hand turned into a streak of divine splendor, sweeping forward, striking towards Huang above the abyss. Dang! No one expected the figure above the abyss to directly use his hand to face the attack. His pure white fingers flicked the golden sword breaker, releasing a resounding and sweet-sounding immortal sound. What? Taking on an extreme ancient imperial weapon with his bare hands. With a rumble, the natural crater exploded, and the primal chaos surged. The ancient race's great sage flew out with the golden sword breaker in hand, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face full of fear. In the endless river of time, how many people dared to take on an extreme ancient imperial weapon with their bare hands? They remembered that emperor fighting had done this in the archaic era. Based on this deduction, was this really a human race great emperor? The ancient saints present were all frightened. Saints surpassed the scope of humans, while emperor surpassed the scope of saints. The difference was so great that it could not be measured. He is not a human race great emperor. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Someone carved formation patterns, opened a void domain gate, and wanted to escape. There was no way to stay in this place. How could they fight someone who could take on an ancient imperial weapon with their bare hands? However, mist curled up from top to bottom. This place was sealed, and the void could not be opened, so it was impossible to cross. This is bad, we have to get out. The 10,000 dragon bell flew up, turning into a purple immortal dragon. It shook its head and tail, as if the ancient emperor of dragons had come back to life. The group of ancient saints almost collapsed to the ground. This was a type of extreme pressure. Pow! However, what was shocking was that desolation slapped out from above, and this ancient imperial weapon strung with purple gold divine bells was sent flying on the spot, crashing into the sky and into the primal chaos. Great Sage Qianluan cried out in alarm, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his life force flowed away. He quickly retreated, and then used his heart as a guide to summon the ancient imperial weapon. The 10,000 dragon bell finally flew back. This is going to scare the ancient saints to death. Just what kind of background does she have to take on an ancient imperial weapon with her bare hands? After breaking a few immortal chains made of divine gold, her power has become even stronger, as if some kind of seal has been broken. In the distant sky, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duande, and the others were watching. When they saw this result, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Desolation has come. Even if these ancient saints don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. The ancient races will definitely suffer great losses. Duande said. Desolation took action again, and this time, he flew into the abyss with his true body. This made the group of ancient saints restless, as if their nests were about to explode. As she approached, their life force rapidly flowed away. No one could endure it. Fortunately, the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell revived, and the ancient emperor's aura became stronger and stronger, protecting everyone within auspicious light. Quickly retreat, open up a path for her. She is heading for the Bronze Immortal Palace. Great Sage Hunchuo shouted. However, how could their speed compare to this person? The ancient saints still couldn't see whether she was male or female, or what her true appearance was like, but they felt that her style was unmatched. Her slender body was extremely indistinct, and her hair fluttered about. A pair of eyes swept over, making all of the ancient saints' fine hairs stand on end, a layer of goosebumps appearing. It was as if a giant dragon was staring at a dog. Two ancient saints were wrapped in black mist, struggling with great difficulty. However, their lives flowed away, and in the end, they became white bones. The others did their best to resist, especially the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell. Dang! This time, the Golden Jian flew out, struck into the heavens by Desolation's palm, disappearing into primal chaos. Shang! The 10,000 Dragon Bell's purple light covered the sun, auspicious energy surging. However, after just shaking a few times, it also flew out, struck into the foreign battlefield. Go! The three great sage turned around to run, not having the will to fight at all. How were they supposed to fight against this type of person? There was only defeat and no victory, unless the Emperor of Fighting revived. Blood originally splashed outwards. Desolation's jade hand slapped down, and then two ancient saints collapsed. Bright red blood and sparkling white bone fragments flew outwards. However, their essence energy immediately disappeared, turning into ashes. Chapter 1107. Huang entered the natural crater. This was a disaster that not even ancient saints could endure. Two ancient imperial weapons were sent flying. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the deities within the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell revived, rushing back from outer space. Otherwise, the two great emperor clans might have lost their immortal weapons. Despite this being the case, no one could change anything. Right now, there was only one thing they could do: run. The ancient tomb of the human race great emperor couldn't be touched. This place was first guarded by the Bronze Immortal Palace, and now, an existence comparable to an Emperor Realm expert appeared, making them suffer great losses. Pooh! A crack appeared between the brows of a few ancient saints. Blood flowed out, and their life force quickly leaked out. Their primordial spirit flames were about to go out. Their entire bodies were dispirited and lishless, as if they immediately aged several thousand years. Miserable cries sounded one after another. Once Huang approached, even the powerful ancient saints couldn't endure it. Their bodies aged, reaching the end of their lives. In the distance, a layer of goosebumps appeared on Yifan's body. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end. What kind of cultivation realm was this? He entered a group of ancient saints alone, making all of them turn into corpses. Kill! An ancient saint cried out. In the end, a palm descended from the sky, turning him into a meat patty. Then, his spiritual essence scattered, his body and spirit wiped out. Few people had divine artifacts, but they were like tattered paper. A light brush from Huang turned them into powder. Before him, they weren't even comparable to 3-year-old children. They were truly ants. Go! Great Sage Qianluan, Golden King, and Great Sage Hunchuo held their ancient imperial weapons and broke out. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Even if there was an undying medicine left in the Great Tomb, they didn't want it. Shang! The golden Jian and 10,000 dragon bells shook together, finally cutting open the black mist and opening up a path of life. The 3 of them fled in a sorry state. Only 4 Saint Kings followed them out. The remaining people released miserable cries. Under Huang's slap, they all turned into meat paste. Their spiritual essence scattered, turning into dust. Not a single one remained. The natural crater was completely silent. Apart from the 7 who escaped, this group of ancient saints was completely wiped out. For the ancient races, this was a tremendous loss. Just how much time had passed? A single person descended from above, slaughtering all of these experts. She was the only one here, standing alone, facing the bronze immortal palace. During these past few days, the southern domain had been in an uproar. Whether it was the ancient race or the human cultivators, there was no one who wasn't paying attention to the Great Tomb. However now, with Huang's appearance, all sides became quiet, completely calming down this type of noise and chaos. No one dared to set their eyes on this place anymore. Huang made a trip around the bronze immortal palace. Then, with a raise of his hand, this palace flew up, floating in midair. Multicolored light erupted in 10,000 streaks, auspicious brilliance descending in 1,000 streaks. That blood-colored, immortal character was restrained. She entered the primal chaos immortal soil alone. Not long after, all types of immortal radiance flew out, turning into strands of dense multicolored mist. With zheng-zheng sounds, they entered the copper palace. Huang came out, feeling disappointed and frustrated. The primal chaos immortal earth began to collapse. One could clearly see an expanse of artifacts flying into the copper palace. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, black mists overflowed into the heavens. Huang rushed into the sky. She supported the bronze immortal palace with her hand, leaving all Cade ancient lands. The primal chaos immortal earth collapsed, turning into an expanse of multicolored mist, forever disappearing, no longer existing. She is. Duande frowned. The Black Emperor was at a loss for words. He wanted to say something, but he discovered that he could only swallow a mouthful of saliva, finding it hard to speak. It was just this simple, just this easy. The great tomb was razed to the ground by her. She carried the grand bronze immortal palace in one hand, flying towards the ancient desolate forbidden land. No one in this world dared to stop her. She left just like that. Yi Fan said to himself. Ayo, we missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Just now, the ancient desolate forbidden land was empty, no one guarding it. We could have stolen the 9 wondrous divine medicine, and at the same time, we could have taken a look at how the path of immortality really was. Longmo was too late for regrets. The others stared at it at the same time. Huang was so terrifying, who dared plunder her forbidden land? They really were tired of living. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Huang left into the distance, a single step crossing tens of thousands of li. He passed through the heavens above. All birds and cultivators that encountered him turned into dust, their life force extinguished. Fortunately, she didn't walk on the great earth, or else nothing would be left. Her life force would be completely wiped out, and she would die for hundreds of thousands of li hong long long. The heavens collapsed and earth split apart. Black mists surged endlessly. Huang seemed to have returned to the ancient desolate forbidden land with a single step. It was as if this world couldn't contain her body. She held the bronze immortal palace in her hands, standing alone above the abyss for a long time. Then, she slowly descended, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Peace was restored in all directions. On the 9 sacred mountains, divine springs surged. The 9 wondrous divine medicine released a delicate fragrance, growing vigorously and flickering with radiance. The southern region was peaceful for a long time. Everyone was trembling inwardly. Huang appeared in the world, freely moving about the life-restricted lands. All of the cultivators in this region felt a deep fear, wishing to leave. Who could contend against an unmatched existence from the life-restricted lands? In the ancient years, all of the darkness chaos originated from the 7 great life-restricted lands. Many ancient saints fell in this battle, news spreading through the 5 regions. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Huang, who is she? She could actually appear in this world. Once she appears, who can contend against her? The ancient races are in mourning. This time, their losses were disastrous. A group of ancient saints were all wiped out in front of the emperor's tomb. Apart from a few individuals, no one else was able to escape. This is a great event since the creation of the world. The ruler of the life-restricted region took action. How many times has this happened since the ancient times? The entire world erupted into commotion. Huang appeared in the world, the effects great and incomparable. The people of the world were all discussing this. The ancient races were in a miserable state. This time, their teeth were crushed, and they swallowed the blood in their stomachs. It was just too miserable. A group of ancient saints were scattered and wiped out by a single person, not daring to resist. Why was it like this? Even an extreme Dao ancient emperor weapon couldn't stop her, sent flying with a single slap. Even the ancient emperor's aura that revived couldn't suppress her. What kind of existence was this? She didn't release the aura of a great emperor, but her flesh definitely reached this cultivation realm. Otherwise, how could she have these types of methods? This was what a saint king who survived said. Emperor realm flesh. This was a conclusion that made one couldn't help but think deeply and shiver inwardly. In this world, there should only be a single ancient emperor or great emperor. The two shouldn't meet, or else the others wouldn't be able to verify the Tao. Ah woo. The ancient races were covered in white mourning clothes. Many ancient saints died, many people crying. Those who could become ancient saints, which one of them wasn't the ancestor of a clan? Yet now, it ended like this. Northern region was filled with cries of grief. The emperor clans of all directions, king clans of all directions were covered in a gloomy mist. The losses were great, difficult to make up for. It really was a serious injury. Who was she? The entire world was discussing this. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know. There is a 9-wonder divine medicine on the sacred mountain, 1 stalk divided into 9 stalks, watered daily by 9 divine springs, nourishing undying immortal energy. Could it be the divine silkworm ancient emperor? Within the ancient races, someone tossed out this type of conclusion. It was because the 9-wonder divine medicine belonged to the divine silkworm ridge's ancient emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that the divine silkworm exceeded the 10th transformation, reaching the ultimate realm, difficult for it to wither away. Impossible, it's been too long. The divine silkworm ancient emperor is someone from the archaic years, 1 or 2 million years have passed since then. How could he have lived until now? Moreover, the divine silkworm ridge had records that a half-emperor personally sent his father emperor into a divine ancient coffin, buried in the 9 heavens beyond. There was no way he could have appeared alive. It's the vicious great emperor, she might still be alive. There were a few ancient sects that recorded ancient secret histories. There were a few living fossils that came to this conclusion, but it was difficult for them to provide any convincing proof. Correct, the great tomb under Alcade seems to belong to the vicious person. If Huang is her, then it makes sense. However, who could live for so long? The vicious great emperor had already lived for more than 200,000 years. No matter how stunning she was, she still couldn't resist the passage of time. Was it really her? Devouring life force, this is extremely similar to her heaven-swallowing demonic art. To be more precise, it is a sublimated heavenly art. Someone made this association. Found it, I finally found a recording. In the ancient past, the 9 sacred mountains were originally a place of origin for the human race. It was rumored that the human ancestor came from outside this region, descending there. Later on, it was occupied by a holy spirit. She might be a holy spirit. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone began to speculate, but no one came to a conclusion. The unmatched existences of the 7 great life-restricted regions all had terrifying origins. From past until now, apart from great emperors, no one truly knew their origins. Inside the ancient races, there was a bleak atmosphere. So many ancient saints died, injuring their foundation. That figure made them shiver inwardly. If this person was a great emperor, what race did she belong to? The archaic clans all shivered inwardly. It was because Huang slapped so many ancient saints to death with a single palm, targeting them. She is a human. I can tell that she is definitely not my ancient race's emperor. A saint king that escaped spoke, coming to this conclusion. It left all of the ancient race's virtuous ones shocked. As for the 3 great sages, they didn't say a single word after returning, directly entering seclusion, not saying anything. What? A living Motherf * king human king. The ancient race participants were all stupefied. Every single one of them felt a chill run from head to toe. This was a type of unmatched shock. Who is going to Origin Ancient Mine? Send news in. An extremely aged ancient king said with a trembling voice. Who can enter Origin Ancient Mine? If one recklessly barges in, there will definitely be a great disaster. Another ancient saint said. I believe she isn't targeting us, only going for the Bronze Immortal Palace. We might have touched something we shouldn't have touched. When this ancient saint's words sounded, everyone was stunned. Then, they felt their bodies become even colder, their scalps a bit numb. Cold air seeped into their bones. That place was the ancient tomb of a human great emperor. Huang went to stop it, slaughtering so many saints. One could well imagine what this signified. Coexist peacefully with the human race, don't vainly think about treating them as food anymore. Meanwhile, the world has changed, long no longer the archaic era. The number of great emperors the human race has produced isn't any less than the ancient emperors. An old saint said. Many people became silent. From start to finish, it was always them who couldn't change their mentality, always feeling that the human race was weak and small, that they should be like the archaic era, relying on the various great clans, kneeling under their feet, taking life and death as they pleased. However, if one thought about it carefully, the human race didn't just produce a single great emperor, exceeding any of the ancient emperor clans, above all of the great clans. Race wiping out, that's just wishful thinking. If there really is a human great emperor alive, the ones who will be completely wiped out will be us. If we attack, it will only be a local battle, so we should stop before going too far. For example, attacking the human race's holy body, we definitely can't let him grow up. He can already slaughter saints now, this is a type of omen that can corroborate the Tao in the future. Someone said. Huang appeared, slaughtering the ancient clans until they were trembling with fear. They didn't dare anger him, but some of the more extreme ancient kings even more so realized that they definitely couldn't let the human race have another emperor, that they should be strangled in the cradle. Huang was suspected to be the human great emperor, and there were even more who believed that she was the vicious great emperor, the most astonishing and stunning individual in history. From that day forth, outside the ancient desolate restricted land, there were often people who kowtowed, praying for the human great emperor's protection, suppressing this great world where all races came from, returning the human race to peace. It was precisely from that day forth that an even more magnificent war song sounded. There were many corpses on the path of corroboration, the path of immortality about to open. Yi Fan was about to ascend the heavenly path, treading on this war song. Chapter 1108. With this poor Taoist's 1,800,000 years of cultivation, together with my many years of archaeological experience, the great tomb under Alcade definitely belongs to Huang, who is undoubtedly a fierce person. Duanda said. Uncle Duan, the human ancestor came to the Big Dipper only 1,000,000 years ago, far less than 1.8 million years ago, Yi Tong whispered. Duanda laughed and said, Who am I? One dream is 1,000,000 autumns. I became an immortal in the archaic era. Yi Tong rolled her eyes and ignored him. The name, Desolate, made Yi Fan's heart pound. He had formed many karmic ties with this stunning woman along the way. Brat, you're in big trouble. Not to mention the myriad energy cauldron and the immortal treasure map, even the divine fruit you picked when you came to the Big Dipper in the 9-dragon coffin was planted by Desolate. You owe her a great favor from the very beginning. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yi Fan was in big trouble. Going to the land of ascension and taking out the green cauldron on earth was also related to Desolate. Impossible, how can a person live for more than 200,000 years? I don't believe it, not even if she is a human emperor. Longma shook his head. It's useless even if you don't believe it. All signs point to Desolate being a shell shed by Desolate. The Black Emperor sneered. This doesn't make sense. Did she become an immortal? A shell can become immortal and turn into a forbidden land. What can't she do? Longma's eyes widened. I didn't believe it in the past either, but Alcade's black gold emperor cauldron, this great tomb, and Desolation's longevity power have made me realize what kind of true meaning Emperor Wu Shi revealed when he gazed at the 9 sacred mountains, looked back at Alcade's old land, and looked at the northern region. The ancient desolate forbidden land was most likely created by a human emperor. The Black Emperor gazed into the southern lands. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. One of the 7 forbidden zones was created by a human. How could this be shocking? How could she be so heaven-defying? How could she do all this? Longma came from the other side of the starry sky, so he didn't know much about ancient emperors. Because she is a ruthless person. Duanda said. The meaning behind her words was clear. There was no need for any other reason. She was a ruthless person, and that was enough. There was nothing she couldn't do. A gust of cold wind blew over. Alcade's old land was in a state of devastation. White bones were everywhere in the surrounding wasteland, and all kinds of birds and beasts were almost wiped out. Once Huang appeared, she would devour heaven and earth, all types of life energy seized by her, terrifying beyond compare. Yi Fan and the others returned to the north region and entered the heavenly village. Dong Fangyi, Yan Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others gathered from time to time. They were all shocked when they talked about the ancient desolate forbidden lands. Now, they could only guess that it was related to Vicious, and that it might be her. However, there was no conclusive evidence at all. What were the origins of the other 6 forbidden zones? The path of immortality was about to open. It was unknown whether or not the unparalleled existences of these forbidden lands would jump out when the day came. It was hard to imagine what kind of great waves would be created. The most glorious golden age has arrived. The magnificent war song has already been played, and I don't know how many people will die. Killing Saint Chi Luo said with narrowed eyes. In the following days, Yi Fan kept a low profile, and he had no choice but to do so. First, he killed the heavenly prince, and then he chased the golden goddess Guang Ho to escape. In the end, he slaughtered the ancient Saint Ho Tan. His performance was too dazzling. Some people from the ancient races secretly offered a price. Whoever could kill Yi Fan would receive an astonishing reward. Many great races wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Undercurrents were surging, and no one from the radical faction was willing to see Yi Fan become a saint. Allowing someone who could prove the Tao to smoothly mature would be a disaster for them. Killing him in the cradle was the best choice. In the recent 2 months, Yi Fan had always been in seclusion. Even if there were people who were proficient in divination and divine techniques, they couldn't calculate anything because he had the green copper cauldron on him. During these days, he stood on the 6th minor step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. He could step onto the 7th minor step at any time, but he still couldn't grasp the essentials and couldn't advance. Sitting in seclusion couldn't solve the problem. In another 3 or 4 months, he would leave this world. Yi Fan sighed softly and stood up. He decided to go out for a walk and take one last look. Once he stepped onto the heavenly path and embarked on the most powerful journey of training, he might never return. Perhaps he would become a clump of yellow soil scattered in outer space. The old master of the extraordinary warrior manner made it clear that even 3 people with the human race's divine physique had died in battle. Their blood dyed the starry skies and their bones were buried in foreign lands. Those were all his seniors who had the same physique as him and might not be weaker than him. During these days, the world was in turmoil and couldn't calm down. 3 ancient sages from outer space descended on this ancient star, causing everyone to be alarmed. This indicated that the opening of the immortal path was near. People were both expectant and afraid. The number of people who wanted to enter the immortal domain was limited, and they would most likely fight until the ancient star collapsed. When Yi Fan came out, he discovered that the various lands weren't peaceful. He learned from secret channels that anyone who could provide clues related to him could obtain a divine artifact as a reward. Just how shocking was this? One has to understand that most ancient sages didn't even have divine materials to refine weapons. Only a few people had divine artifacts. Apart from this, the ancient desolate forbidden land became an immortal land that people worshipped. Incense smoke rose in spirals every day. Many human cultivators went there to pay their respects, treating Huang as the human race's great emperor. West of Hanggu Pass, the one-way small-scale 5-colored altar continues, appearing on many ancient stars. Where exactly does it lead to? Yi Fan said to himself. That day, he, Longma and the others descended outside Undying Mountain, but they didn't find the 5-colored altar that should have appeared. Based on their suspicions, it might be inside Undying Mountain, but they really couldn't enter to search. Perhaps it might be outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan arrived in the central region again. He stood outside Undying Mountain and looked at these majestic black great mountains. They were all grand and imposing, the kings and emperors of these mountains. Suddenly, a streak of light rushed past. It was too fast, difficult for one to see clearly. It brushed past Undying Mountain and entered the distant great wastelands. What is this? Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that it was a bit familiar and chased after it. Unfortunately, after searching for an hour, he didn't find anything. Later on, a group of cultivators chased after it. The mountain range was in chaos. Dao brother, what happened? Yi Fan asked for guidance. Are you someone from the central region? Don't you know what happened recently? Someone stopped and looked at him strangely. I just happened to see it when I was passing by. Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Yi Fan asked. A strange magical artifact appeared near Undying Mountain. It has become more and more vicious these days, often going to plunder cultivators and collect their blood. Just now, a well-known figure was even captured. What? There was such a thing. Yi Fan was astonished. Apart from a few exceptions, normally, only holy artifacts could produce deities and develop spiritual intelligence. Now, this type of secret treasure actually appeared in this world. In the end, the search came to nothing. People didn't find anything. Yifan also searched outside Undying Mountain for a few days, but he still couldn't find the small 5-colored altar. He could only choose to leave. Just as he was leaving, Yifan saw a silver flying magical artifact disappear in a flash. It tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance in an instant. It's it. Yifan was shocked. He recognized it. It was the magical artifact he saw a few days ago. It was also the mysterious flying machine he saw in the central region's sky-gazing ancient city several decades ago. Sky-gazing city was one of the central region's 10 great ancient cities. There was a sparkling stone platform in the city. According to legend, Great Emperor Wuxia often gazed into outer space from there. Several decades ago, Yifan, Tangbo, and the Black Emperor had seen a flying machine descend from outer space with their own eyes. It attracted the central region's cultivators in a frantic pursuit, and in the end, it fell into Undying Mountain. In those distant ancient years, there were often legends that powerful divine objects would occasionally fall from the boundless starry sky. Back then, people naturally thought that it was a divine artifact from outer space. However, Yifan saw it clearly. It looked extremely similar to a flying saucer. It really does look like a flying saucer. Now that he saw it again, he was immediately shaken. It was exactly the same as what he saw in the past. That was a huge luminous object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it dove into the depths of the mountain range like a silver beam of light. It was shaped like a huge disc, flickering with a cold metallic luster. Yifan used the movement's secret character and chased after it. However, he still didn't find anything and didn't find any clues. It came out from Undying Mountain. He was very astonished. What kind of place was Undying Mountain? No one knew it better than him because he had personally entered it. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, even the Black Emperor, a great formation master, would have died inside a long time ago. Yifan re-entered Sky-Gazing City and learned about the recent events in the central region. He was sure that it was the flying machine that fell in outer space back then, because many people also remembered it. It seemed to have been damaged back then, but now that it's repaired, it's starting to attack many cultivators without the slightest scruple. As long as a streak of light sweeps past, no expert can stop it and will be captured. Now, everyone is in a state of panic. Yifan was astonished. This flying machine was actually collecting blood. Some of the people it captured in the beginning died, and some were released. That was why people knew about it. The more powerful the creature, the more interested it is. From strange beasts to humans, and then to the ancient race, it has captured at least several hundred to over 1,000 people in a short half a month. You're wrong. It started taking action several years ago, but it's becoming more and more unrestrained these days. Only then did more and more people learn about it. I reckon that it might have achieved its objective and wants to leave. That's why it isn't hiding anymore. Sure enough, in the following days, this disc-shaped flying machine appeared frequently. In the end, an astonishing rumor actually appeared. Several of the ancient race's Tao executioners were swept through by the divine light and captured. What? It's starting to take action against the Tao executioners. It's becoming more and more unrestrained. Everyone was stupefied. At the same time, they felt a chill. What kind of weapon was this? Why was it always targeting cultivators? In the following days, this mysterious magical artifact flickering with silver radiance that seemed to be forged from greenish-white divine gold frequently appeared. It actually attacked the demon race's ancient holy land of inheritance, Panyao Palace. Moreover, at the same time, several important places of the human race and ancient race in the central region were separately attacked, and many experts went missing. It's crazy. If a weapon dares to act like this, it's most likely going to draw out the ancient saints. It's definitely a formidable divine artifact. Everyone was dumbstruck. Whing. The void rumbled. No one had expected it to appear in the sky-gazing city and search for a powerful target. Yi Fan frowned. This disc-shaped flying machine was extremely large, and its speed was almost catching up to light. It was truly astonishing, and its material was even more special. It was comparable to the divine material used to forge divine artifacts. Swoosh! A streak of divine light swept down and actually rushed towards him. Yi Fan activated the move character art, but he was still a step too late. This beam of light was extremely large, covering almost half of the city. Damn it, it's making a move against me. Yi Fan discovered that he couldn't help but soar into the sky along with the beam of light, heading straight for the greenish-gold disk.